And call the meeting to order. If you're able, please rise and join us for a pledge to our flag. I pledge allegiance of the United States. Thank you all very much. Great to hear a full room saying that, so I appreciate it. 1.02 is order and approval of the agenda, and this is for possible action.
Move to approve.
All right.
All right, there's a motion and a second.
And
Any discussion?
Yes, I would like to move item 1.06 up to immediately follow 1.02 and 1.05 to follow 1.06. So the fall sports recognitions and then the FFA recognitions.
Okay, I know that we've got a number of folks that have some conflicts this evening. And is there any further discussion on that? Okay, since we've got folks from both Wells and Spring Creek, they're going to be on both either way. So sooner we get them out, the better. If there's no objection from our staff in regards to asking, is it Mr. Miller that's here? Okay. There's a whole bunch of faces there. So Matt, if you have an objection, perfect, great. I was gonna say something now if you need to. All right, then at the pleasure of the chair, I'm gonna go ahead and accept that and we'll rearrange that to that recommendation, the agenda. Thank you. 1.03.
Do we need a vote?
I don't think we do need to vote because I'm gonna rearrange it. I'm just gonna
Excellent.
take the pleasure of the chair. Just to move things along, that took too long anyways. 1.03 is introduction of our Elko County School District student board member and Mr. Adrian Ward. Mr. Ward is a senior at Spring Creek High School with a 3.54 cumulative GPA, and he's involved with student council at Spring Creek High School. Adrian is also a member of the Spring Creek High School marching and pep bands, the National Honor Society, and the Key Club. His future plans are to go to college for architecture. Welcome. Anything else you'd like to add at this time, sir?
No, I don't.
All right. For those in the audience and for anybody in public that's watching, our student board member that is agendized unfortunately wasn't able to join us this evening. So Mr. Ward, thank you for stepping in at the last minute and joining the board. All right, then we are going to move to 1.06 first. And that's going to be recognition of our fall sports state champions, state runners-up, and the all-state recipients. This is a non-action item. And I'm going to go ahead, unless any of you all want to say anything, I'm going to go ahead and start reading off what we have because there is a whole lot here. And I wish I were a little bit more prepared. Do you have the packets up there, Hillary? I apologize. Perfect. Okay, great. So this item falls under Pillar 1 of our pillars of the students prepared for the future and Pillar 4, students and staff wellness. I'm going to recognize the first group is going to be our Spring Creek High School boys cross country, which is the 3A state runner-up team. What I'd like to do is read all of the names first and then have, as I'm reading your name, please go ahead and stage here by Hillary so that I can finish reading the names. Then we'll start shaking hands and we'll go on to the next school. If there's anyone in the next team and or event, if there's anyone in the overflow room as I call your name, please, because I know that we rearranged things kind of last minute, come on in and we'll go from there. So the Spring Creek High School, one more thing, I apologize. Please hold your applause until I've finished reading all the names. Once I stand, we can go ahead and start shaking hands. The Spring Creek High School Boys Cross Country 3A State Runner-Up team consists of Tate Adams, Ethan Arndt, Jet Arney, Lewis Bradley, Soren Dastrup, Traven Dastrup, Dallin Hicks, William Hodnett, Tanner Larson, Colson Moore, Braylon Pierce, Ty Rigby, Bryson Thompson, Jared Tilger, Boyce Turbin, and Rhett White. And I apologize, I'm probably going to say this a few more times. If I've mispronounced your name, please do not take offense. All right, let's give him a round of applause.
Good job, Deb.
Good job.
Good job, Ty. Colson. Good job, Brett.
Good job.
Oh, I can. And Matt asked me to announce the coaches as well. So Rhett, please don't leave. We might need you. We will
Rhett?
need you again.
Yep,
So,
Rhett, hold tight.
Hold on. So Coach Brian Starkey is here as well. And then I was the assistant coach this year. So Teresa Dastrup is the assistant coach. All right.
Coach, would you come up
Yeah.
as well? And Miss Teresa, you're going to have to come around. And I apologize, coaches and advisors, please come up with your teams. And I apologize that I don't have everybody spelled out. Well done. Thanks, Coach. Thank you very much, Coach. Appreciate your time. And we have one person on our 3A All-State for the gentleman from Spring Creek, Mr. Rhett White, earned Spring Creek is representing Spring Creek High School on the boys cross country 3A All-State. Thank you again, Mr. White. Thank you. Thank you. Representing the ladies from Spring Creek High School on the girls cross country for 3A All-State, Zoe Starkey. For the state academic team champions, the runner-up this year, Spring Creek High School boys soccer, consisting of Alex Bone, Cooper Bybee, Gabriel.
I'm sorry, boys soccer was scheduled for 6.
Perfect. Then we're going to go through that here in about 19 minutes if I can run the clock the right way or run the meeting the right way. And if I paid attention to the nice agenda that was very graciously prepared for me, I would know that. Thank you. All righty. Let's then go to
Volleyball.
we're going to have some volleyballers, but that wasn't scheduled till 6 either. So both boys soccer and girls volleyball from Spring Creek High School will be at 6-ish. So let's move into our other
cross-country team is here from Wells. Our cross-country runners are here. Yeah.
Wells cross country. I just need to fix or switch sides. Okay, here we go. Our Wells High School boys cross country, 1A and 2A All-State, Mr. Isaac Gale.
Congratulations, Isaac.
Good job. And Isaac, you're.
What's he going
That was kind of presumptuous of me. I'm assuming as much. All right, our Wells High School girls cross country, 1A and 2A All-State, Millie Cromley.
Well, Matt, while you're looking, I just want to say congratulations to our cross-country runners. I got to see every kid in the state run this year, and Elko County was incredibly well represented in every division. So congratulations to our runners. And I'm just proud of all of you. You guys work super hard, and you can see that work ethic coming out in every other aspect of your lives too. So great job cross-country, great job volleyball, great job soccer, all of our fall sports teams. Elko County is always well represented, and we're really proud of the work that you put in, both in your athletics as well as in your academics.
Thank you, Teresa. Well said. Our Elko High School football had some recognitions as well. For the Division 3A North MVP, Coy Jones. Well done, Mr. Jones. Thank you. And also representing Elko High School, the Northern 3A Coach of the Year, Coach Luke Sellers. Coach Sellers was unable to make it tonight. So we're going to move now through this sea of blue and the FFA groups. We're going to start with Wells. On the team awards, if you'll stage again, I'm going to go through all of the teams first with each recognition for the individual teams and the individuals, and then we'll give one round of applause if you all don't mind. For the agriculture sales and service, as a silver team, Carson Ballard, Marley Dahl, Isaac Gale, and Aaron Hansen. Also with silver team for the farm business management, Shelby Bertolotto, Cameron Livingston, Gage Ulig, and Evelyn Walls. The livestock evaluation team was a bronze team, Reagan Brandt, Heather Prescott, and Marcus Uhart. And for the meat science and evaluation, also a bronze team, Alta Atkin, Dolly Pierce, Coulter Runyon, and Baylor Williams. Thank you. Well done again. Congratulations, sir. Well done. Thank you. Congratulations. 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 Well done. Well done. Mr. Norda, thank you. Thank you. Or good evening. Remind me your name.
Mr.
I'm sorry?
Mr. Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Kendall. Appreciate it. And our advisors for Wells FFA, Mr. Norda and Mr. Kendall. All righty. Next up, we're going to go to our Silver Sage FFA. Again, same thing. We've got a lot here. So if you all don't mind, we'll have you stage here. And we'll start with our Ag Mechanics Gold Team, 5th in the nation is their placement. Carlos Gomez, Leah Smith, who also placed 14th individual in the nation, Carson Soloway, and Zane Wines, who was the individual placement of 10th in the nation. The conduct of the chapter meeting was a silver team, Cade Ames, Arameus Bontrager, Olivia Hansen, Kylie Johnston, Peyton Kemp, Brock McDaniel, and Riley Santasteven. The marketing plan was a silver team designation, Dakota Beasling, Bentley Hansen, Minley Pickett. Bronze team for Ag Issues, Izzy Benavides, Michaela Benavides, Dakota Kruckberg, Lacey Mangum, and Jans Jensen. And for Vet Science, bronze team, Emily Dawson and Mia Valdez. We also have some regional team awards. The Western National Rangeland Competition was 7th overall team. Landon, Thank you. Lusignot was 4th high individual. Leah Smith was 5th high individual. Colson Moore and Josh Sandretto. And individual awards, we have first our American FFA degree earned by less than 1% of all FFA members to Mr. Trent Sarman, and the Weld certification certificate. Only 11 total are selected in the nation. 2 of them came out of Elko County School District and our Spring Creek High School, Carson Soloway and Zane Wines. Let's give these students and their advisors. Freezing up. Thank you. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you. Well done. Congratulations. Good job. Well done. Thank you. Congratulations. Done. Thank you. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. Well done. Thank you. And our advisors for Silver Sage was Mr. Smith, Mr. Albisu, and Mrs. Albisu. Mr. Anderson. Yes. Okay. So we are almost complete with this first group, and I appreciate your patience. Last but certainly not least, also earning an American FFA degree representing Elko High School. Again, this is earned by less than 1% of all FFA members. The American FFA degree from Elko High School, Mr. Dayton McKnight. Ms. Baker, did I miss anything else other than completely goofing that up initially?
Nope, we're good. If you want to
Perfect.
do NGM, we still have a few minutes until we told the next group 6 o'clock, so I don't want to miss.
That's what I was just thinking. Mr. Miller, if we give you a 10-minute window, is that going to be sufficient? All right. Then we are going to move to 1.04 recognition of Nevada gold mines. This is a non-action item. And we want to show our appreciation for Nevada Gold Mines for a generous partnership in the construction and completion of a new playground at our Carlin Combined Schools. And this item falls under Pillar 4, Student and Staff Wellness. If you want to jump in, I'm happy to. Otherwise, I'm going to keep going.
Like, do you have stuff you want to read, or?
Well, I didn't know. I've got another whole PDF here. Mr. Anderson, I yield the mic to you. Please take it from me.
Most importantly, we probably need Matt and Leslie and Jen. Thank you. Come on up, because you don't get to sit there while we talk about all the nice things. So does he-
And ladies,
All right.
he's tall. I saw him right away, so I apologize. I wasn't trying to say it was all about Matt, even though it's a darn good name. So thank you, ladies, for joining us as well.
Leslie, Matt, and Jen, thanks for coming and joining us tonight. So we've been talking about the Carlin Combined School playground project for a while. We're really excited to have it done, and we got some pictures that are being displayed I don't know if Charles is clicking through them or whatever, but we got some pictures. Long time coming, a lot of in-kind donations from a lot of the folks over at the Carlin Complex of Nevada Gold Mines. Matt and Leslie and Jen, I don't know how many hours spent on the campus working with the administrators to really come up with a good solid plan. Something that's very important to NGM, and I'm not a spokesperson for them, but I feel comfortable saying this, is giving back to the community, is making sure that that there's sort of like not just them giving, but people working together to make things better for their community. And so they've exemplified that not only in their physical labor and work towards getting some of these structures put up in the playground, but also monetary donations and the time spent kind of literally and metaphorically in the trenches on this project. And it's been really awesome to see it the whole way through. So some of the pictures you see were from, I think it was just last week, there's several structures, including some swings, including a climbing wall and monkey bars. Is that the one? Okay, monkey bars that were fabricated and done and according to regulations and things like that, and working with our facilities department. And yeah, it's just I've said this before about some other partners that we have in other aspects. It's one thing to be like, hey, we've got the money and we'll give it to you, but we're going to do it our way. And it's another thing to have people who ask you what you need, ask how they can help, and then how do we do this together? And that's what NGM always does for us on this project and on so many others. So we are excited to have this project. Is it done? No, okay. We still have the mains. I didn't think it was completely done, but we got those pieces that were fabricated by the Carlin Complex put in. And then the installation of the main playground structure is supposed to happen this week. Yep. And then the mulch will accompany that, and then it will be done. And we will make sure we get lots of pictures with you guys and the other folks who helped contribute so much to that. So just want to, I don't have like an award to give you or anything like that, but we see each other all the time. We're constantly seeing how we can help each other and how we can work together, not only for, in this case, we're celebrating the installation of a playground, but Nevada Gold Mines cares so much about our district in general and the education of our kids as well. And so just love you guys and appreciate you and all you do for us. So thank you very much.
Leslie, Jen, Matt, did you want to say anything? You don't have to. We appreciate you. If you'll come back this way, though, I should have said don't go anywhere. We'd like to shake your hands. Overflow, CJ. I just wanted to make sure that was not an impromptu thing and that some folks were being left, so that was worked well. We're going to give it just a moment while we have our folks that were in the overflow room rejoin us in the main room. And as they continue to come in, just to let you all know, we will continue with 106 and 105, and then move on to 107, which is recognition of stars recipients, and then we'll move into public comment, which is 1.08. Thank you for your patience as we continue to rearrange things a little bit to recognize all these outstanding students and athletes. All right. That clock's wrong. I'm 4 minutes early. I don't know if Hillary's going to let me move this fast. All right, just do it. Okay. Right? Yeah. Here we are. So we would like to recognize our Spring Creek High School boys soccer state academic team champions runner-up. What we'd like to have you do, gentlemen, is stage over on this side as I'm calling your name. We'll continue through the entire team. Coaches, please come up with them, and then we'll go ahead and shake hands and have a round of applause at that point. So your state academic team champions runner-up from Spring Creek High School boys soccer, Alex Bone, Cooper Bybee, Gabriel Church, Kason Francie, Kason Hedges, Hunter, I'm sorry. I know, Monique, you're going to be mad at me. Let's try this again. Hunter Tyler Hope, Morgan House, Chalice Jepson, Jack Jogerst, Phoenix Jorgensen, Carson Knotts, Hiram Knotts, Max McGee, Cooper McGinnis, Cole Montgomery, Maximus Taylor, Caden Teeter, Liam Tucker, Cameron Ward, Isaac Ward, Wyatt Wolford, and Blake Vanoy. And coaches, please come up. And congratulations to Mr. Knotts for having such a great team. Well done. Good, thank you. Trying to find which of the documents I need to keep going through. Hillary, you were amazingly prepared and organized. I goofed it all up, so thank you. I appreciate your efforts. And our Spring Creek High School volleyball state academic team champions. Our members on the state volleyball team include Delilah Batista, Ava Colley, Dylan Colley, Cody Dill, Charlie Green, Addison Grosz, Kylie Kingston, Brinley Leduc, Yahira, thank you. Yahira Lamelli, Yamilet Lamelli, thank you. Bree Lopez and Jocelyn Wine. Let's give them a round of applause. And the coaches, perfect. Come on down. Okay, I think I'm done butchering all of those names. Congratulations again to our students, our athletes, our coaches, our advisors. We appreciate the time that our coaches and advisors have put into it. Obviously, Elko County was represented well, and we appreciate that these students and athletes have put in the hard work as well. So one more round of applause for all of our recognitions.
Mr. Chair, before you move on, I congratulated all of our athletes, but also congratulations to all of our FFA students. Elko County is always incredibly well represented in every school that has FFA. I know we have students that went and competed at nationals that we didn't see here tonight, but went and represented well. And it's just awesome to see those blue and gold jackets come through and all of the great things that they do. So congratulations to them as well.
Thank you, Teresa. Anything? And anything else from the board? Since I'm the one that, just keeps hogging the microphone. All right, 1.07 is recognition of our October and November STARS recipients. Mr. Anderson,
Yep.
all right,
You want me to take over?
it's all
right.
yours.
All right, so.
Or I'll pass it to,
Oh, yeah, I mean, Adriana could,
To, yeah,
you could do all this
Trustee
if you want.
Stanfield.
No? All right, I got it. Okay. Thank you. So we're gonna acknowledge a few people here tonight. So we have four kind of well, they're outstanding, but outstanding ones to acknowledge. Two of them aren't able to be here tonight, but we're gonna try to get them in January, but I do want to say their names because it's all over social media stuff already. Anyway, so Amanda Laranaga from Liberty Peak Elementary, hopefully we'll see her in January. And then Roberto Cervantes, who is the building superintendent up in Jackpot. And they have requested if we could we're going up there in April for a meeting and we're gonna read his whole thing and clap for him and stuff there. But I just wanted to make sure we say their names here tonight. So we have two that we're gonna embarrass for tonight's meeting. And the first one is one of my favorite people to embarrass, and that's Mr. Revere. So come on up, Jeff. Come on up to the middle. He always embarrasses me on the golf course, so this is my only opportunity to embarrass him. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Thanks for facing me. This is very formal of you. So Jeff Revere is the principal at Northside Elementary, and I don't know about longtime historical nature of the STARS Award, but this is the first time a principal has been the recipient of one of these awards. So we're really excited and I'm biased. I like Jeff a lot. So I believe all the things I'm about to read about Jeff. But Jeff was nominated by some anonymous individual, and they said the following about Jeff. Mr. Revere leads by example. In the 2 years he's been at Northside, he is on the playground almost every single morning and afternoon interacting with the students. He knows them by name and puts a smile on their faces. The teachers and staff all seem to feel comfortable to speak with him, and he takes individual time for each of them as they interact with him. He cares about improving the educational improvements of each student at his school and has implemented ways to help students learn to love learning. He always speaks positively of every student and points out the good in them no matter the situation. Community members, students, and parents all speak positively of Mr. Revere and respect him. Students naturally look up to Mr. Revere, and his actions help inspire them to become better. The students and staff at Northside are of utmost concern to him, and he has shown that he is willing to put personal comforts aside for the betterment of the school that he serves. Overall, Mr. Revere is a model employee of the school district. Anyone that knows him knows that he loves the kids he serves and that he's committed to supporting the staff that he works with. This was a particularly fun one to award because I don't typically condone lying. Like, honesty is pretty important. But we definitely lied to Mr. Revere and said, hey, someone's getting a STARS award. You need to make a big deal about this. So he made a whole school assembly, and every kid and every teacher was in the gym. And he was really excited about the person we lied who said they were going to get it. And then that person read the nomination to him in front of everyone, and it was a really great experience. So Mr. Revere is really just an excellent principal, and I consider him to be a good friend of mine too, and really, really glad he could receive this acknowledgement. And one of my favorite things that Jeff says is anything that's like a challenge or an obstacle, we never have to do that. We what? We get to do that. Yep. We get to have that opportunity to learn and grow and make a good outcome out of that. So I love that about Jeff, and I love that I get to work with him. So congratulations, Jeff. All right, well, Jeff is shaking hands. We're gonna ask Miss Laura Eide to come on up. Hello, Laura. I don't know Laura quite as well as Jeff, but don't let that take anything away from your STARS award. So Laura, and before I go into this nomination, if you feel like, if some of you are like, I feel like I've heard that name before, Laura was the Teacher of the Year for Spring Creek High School last year. So that wasn't a flash in the pan exceptional year. Laura's exceptional every day, and she was nominated by one of her students at Spring Creek High, Justine McDermott. Justine isn't here. I didn't see her. Okay. All right. So Justine wrote the following about Miss Eide. She said, as a student who takes a lot of advanced classes, the most helpful thing to prepare for an AP exam is having a teacher like Miss Eide. She challenges her students not to depend on the internet, but rather our critical thinking skills. She teaches 5 AP classes and still puts 100% effort into each class every day and truly cares to help each student pass their exams for the betterment of their future. Miss Eide encourages her students to learn with non-traditional rewards for a high school student, including fruit snacks and stickers when we get 100% on quizzes or exams. Some things just never get old, right? Fruit snacks and stickers. It is only October. Well, now we're in December, but it is, and I have never felt more prepared to take an AP exam, even though before this class, I knew very little about our government and its operations. I have never heard any student complain about the structure of her class and teaching methods. She demands a lot from her students, but never more than she knows they are capable of. Her feedback on her response questions and other homework assignments prepares her students for what the AP graders will critique them on. She urged us to consider you and finished with, she's one of the best. So congratulations, Laura. And while she's shaking hands, I will say this was a fun one to, we didn't lie, but we did maybe mislead a little bit. No lies were told, but we did tell her she was needed in another classroom for a brief moment. And when she walked into that classroom, it was filled with other kids who have her class. And so we used the teacher to help surprise her, and she got to have all those wonderful kids smile and clap for her. And yeah, it was a great experience. So thank you, Miss Eide. And then before we finish, I always thank you. I have to remember to thank our sponsors. So thank you to Leanne's Floral Designs, Maverick Gaming, the Rotary Club of Elko Desert Sunrise, The Star, Fratelli Pizza out in Wendover, and then Sugar E Spice. And also a reminder that these awards are given based off of nominations. And the only way we get those nominations is by parents, students, community members, anybody, adults, anybody submitting those nominations to our website. So please do that. That way we can continue to know about and learn about the exceptional ways that our staff members across the district impact our students. So thank you. And that's it for the stars for today.
Thank you, Mr. We'll now move to 1.08, which is input from the public. This is a period devoted to comments by the general public, if any. In the interest of privacy and due process, the public is requested to not raise personnel issues except in a legally noticed closed personnel session of the board. Comments are limited to 3 consecutive minutes. The speaker's time may not be reserved, divided, apportioned, or deferred. No action may be taken upon a matter raised under this item on the agenda until the matter itself has been included specifically on an agenda as an item upon which action will be taken. Is there any public comment? Seeing none. I read all that for nothing. 1.09 is a presentation from Communities and Schools, Impact and Outcomes for the 2024-2025 school year. This is a non-action item. Come on up, our partners. Howdy.
Got it. There we go. Whew. We're learning things all the time. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Thanks. So I am Tricia Webb. I am the Executive Director of Communities and Schools of Elko County, and I am really grateful to be here tonight. It was a little nerve-wracking with all the crowd. I'm okay that it's cleared out just a little. But I am really excited to be here and share some of the things that Communities and Schools does to support students to not only achieve in school, but achieve in life. Good. Down. There we go. So Communities and Schools started in the state of Nevada just over 20 years ago. We've now expanded into 3 different counties. So we started in Clark County. We are in Humboldt County, Washoe County, and of course in Elko County. We started in Elko County in about 2007. And we started with the food program. It was really important. But now we have expanded into 12 model schools, and that includes the expansion that we made this year with Sage Elementary and Spring Creek Middle School, building a feeder pattern from elementary to high school in the Spring Creek area. You can see our model schools up there. I'm going to talk a little bit more about those. So a model school is a school site in which there is a site coordinator. They are on campus every day supporting the students and staff. And what they do is they go in and work with the school to determine barriers or needs that may be there. They work to determine a goal, a whole school-wide goal to support, but then also case manage between 40 and 45 students. The process is the same for the students too. They look at their needs and barriers to having success in school and work with them to identify a goal and work with them to show progress throughout the year. The goal areas that Communities in Schools supports is attendance, behavior, course performance, and school climate. So some of the things that we have the opportunity to support with and programs that we are able to implement with our, not only, so weekend food is implemented at any school as long as they have a liaison. We're able to send food bags home. We work with the food bank of Northern Nevada to bring in the food bags. We have a lot of community partners that help volunteer to get these out all across Elko County. So not just in Elko, but jackpot Owyhee, they get to go all over. We also work with a UNLV, the practice, to support telehealth for students in Elko County. Students get the opportunity to attend these sessions during a non-core class, 13 and older, and be able to access that right on their school campus, breaking down the barrier of transportation. That's really important. One of my favorite programs, because that's where I started with Communities in Schools, is the Academy program. We work with the students on a daily basis. It's a class that has an approved curriculum by the district. They work on life skills, academic growth, giving back to the community, which is really important to us. We think that we receive a lot from the community, and we want to make sure our students know how to give back. So as I stated earlier, because we support all the schools in Elko County, so that's just under 10,000 students, last year we were able to give over $139,000 worth of basic needs supplies to students in Elko County. We case managed 574 students. We expect that number to go up with the addition of the 2 new schools. And we also case managed 145 academy students. So these are our overall school goal outcomes. It doesn't necessarily list how many schools were in each category, but I can tell you for school climate particularly, we had 2 schools. That is kind of an evolving area for Communities in Schools. We used to have one metric, which was only parent engagement. Now we have been able to utilize a framework called developmental relationships, and it also comes with a survey so that the students at the schools utilizing school climate can say how they feel about their relationships between their teachers, their parents, their peers, siblings, and then we're able to implement the verbiage and framework to support growth in relationships at those sites. So we anticipate that number going up. So these are actually student outcomes, and the one that I really want to point out is attendance. Across the nation, we know that absenteeism is a big challenge. Prior, the 23-24 school year, our progress with our students in attendance was only 61%. So we had a growth of 13% this last year. And we know that when kids are in school, we have a better opportunity to support their success. Whoops, went the wrong direction. So of our 48 seniors that were case managed by Communities in Schools, 47 of them earned their diploma, which is really exciting. 100% of those that graduated had post-graduation plans. which means they don't only want to succeed in school, they want to succeed in life. And 40% of those actually want to go on and get some other kind of degree, a bachelor's degree or associate's degree, which I think is really important because many times the students that we support have not felt super successful in school. So to know that they want to go on and further their life and be more successful is really valuable. So why I am really here today is because I really want to thank our community partners, all the people that support us. We are so lucky. So we did our second annual Fill the Bus this year. We were able to actually expand it into West Wendover. We didn't only collect items here. We did in West Wendover also, where we actually are in all, we have a site coordinator at all 3 of the schools in West Wendover. As a community, we brought in over 25,000 items and over $14,000 in donations to support our students. We also do our fundraiser the night at the races. It is a derby style party. We work with an organization who provide footage of old races, and then we get to vote on the horses that we think that are gonna win. We hoop and holler and have a great time, and we're able to bring in $47,000 to support Elko County students. So if you wanna know how to help us, tell your friends, tell them about CIS, tell them about what we do and how we have the opportunity to support your students, to support Elko County students. We have some events coming up. We have Prom Closet. It's one of my favorite. We collect formal attire and students are able to come have a whole shopping experience so that this event can be a really joyful occasion for them. And that is going to be February 20th. Orla does a match campaign for us. So if you'd like to donate to communities and schools, Orla will match up to $10,000 for every dollar donated. We are doing another night at the races. We'd love to see y'all there. That is May 15th, which is a little bit changed. We used to do it in August, so you gotta move it ahead a little. We will do the Fill the Bus on July 31st in Elko and August 1st in West Wendover. And if you'd like to do more of a normal monthly or quarterly donation, you can hit that QR code and join our All In for Kids Club. Okay, any questions? I always feel like this is the hard part.
Ms. Webb, thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. I'm going to throw out a plug. In addition to the QR code and the other ways to donate, Communities and Schools also is a recipient through the Giving Machine. Giving Machine is in Elko for the next 5 days. It departs on Pearl Harbor Day, December 7th. So it's up, we're at the Raleigh Shopping Center for anybody that would like to support Communities and Schools or any of the other 4 nonprofits that are local, as well as 5 international initiatives. Please go over there. Really easy to give. It's really cool to see what our community does. We hear so many great things. We know what our different organizations do. But what's cool about the Giving Machine is that you see it on the bottom. When it vends a card, it drops to the bottom, and you see how involved our community is right there and then. So, yes, 100% goes back to the organizations that you are supporting. So I encourage everyone, we got 5 more days. Please head out there, support Communities and Schools or any of the other organizations that are there.
Well, and I appreciate you saying that because that is something that I did forget while I was speaking. Any dollar that is donated here, any item that is donated here stays in Elko County Schools. Just thanks again. Thank you for being our partner. Thank you for working so well with us. And we just really appreciate what a great community we have.
Thank you for what you do. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I
turn
just want to
this
say I
off.
do so much for all of the students in our schools, and I just want to say I appreciate you all so much.
One more. We'll now move to 1.10, which is a presentation from the Sho-Pai tribe on funding for the Owyhee school. And this is a non-action item. Gentlemen, come on up, and ladies. Lady. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, we had a few. Green light on at the base.
Brian Mason, for the record, Brian Mason, as they do in the legislative session. But anyway, I've got some staff here and some council members, some very important people. Actually, the principal is here as well, Will Adler, he's our lobbyist. And we're here, there should be a video to rack, and then we'll do the presentation as soon as this video is done. So it's a combination of stuff. This video is actually going to be a movie on a journey. So if you can rack that, somebody.
Assemblywoman Monroe Moreno, thank you for sponsoring a school bill, AB 519. And a big thank you to Senator Hansen and Assemblywoman Hansen for your continued support.
Hello, my name is Uriah Toby. I'm Shoshone Paiute from the Dug Valley Indian Reservation in Owyhee, Nevada. I attended the Owyhee Combined School as a sixth grader. I believe our community deserves a new school for the future of our tribe. We are the new leaders.
When is Owyhee ever going to get a new school? I would say that would be nice, but I don't know. A lot of the times our kids feel like, how come we don't get this? You know, why are we being left out? But luckily enough, it took one vision.
My name is Brian Mason, and I am addressing you as the chairman of the Duck Valley Indian Reservation. This school year, we requested the BIA to allow us to build additional greenhouses next to the school for the purpose of economic development. We were denied the land because they told us that there was a hydrocarbon plume that is under town since 1985. We've got Nevada state legislators that are starting to listen to make sure that the state hears from the community of Owyhee, not just the business council, not just the school district, but from the community of Owyhee on the funding for this one-time spending bill for a new school. We got word that we have a bill. So I was asked to come and speak just shortly on the bill that was passed in the 82nd legislative session, AB 519. And it was not just the effort of the business council, it was the effort of the community. And it was a participation at all levels, from Head Start students to grade schoolers to seniors in high school to the educators and to the parents. And they all came and they all met with lots of you, and they sat in your offices and testified. 519's taken many twists and turns, many highs, and obviously some lows as there were some setbacks. You know, there's so many people that you want to acknowledge and thank that assisted on this, but it wasn't a few people, it was a state effort. You know, after all that time that I spent overseas and the amount of things and the people of the world, not of the states, but of the world that I've met, any more resilient people in this world than the ones that reside on the Duck Valley Indian Reservation. And part of the difficulty getting a contractor to come build is we're so remote. We went out because we know this is a remote build. The tribes on tribes funds purchased 10 tiny homes to establish a man camp, $1 million. You know, we're a non-revenue tribe. In other words, we don't make any money from anywhere. You know, we are going to put some tribal funding. We're partnering with the state of Idaho as well. We're talking to some mining industry. You know, one of the mining companies from Elko, Nevada, Nevada Gold Mines, that we're going to a meeting, and they're going to try to help us get a rock crusher so we can crush all of our aggregate, which is going to save about $2.5 million in the trucking of gravel. So we're here to present the check to the Elko County School District. These are funds that is in the Nevada Treasury's office. They'd allowed, and Will's going to explain the two bills. But AB 355 actually allows us to use tribal in-kind, and then the state will send the check to the district. We also have cash, raised cash on hand, so we have about $3 million, and that'll double because we're going to get the match from the state. So the bottom line is we've done it. We have been able to raise. We were about $21 million short, and we're going to be there. And so the significance of that is, there was a lawsuit during the process with AB 519. Elko County sued the state, because of the taxing of property owners was part of it, and they did not want that to happen. And so we had to go in and try to get another bill where the tribe could come in. Very difficult for us to deal with because, the issue was they didn't want to tax people in the county for school where people don't pay taxes. Well, we can't pay taxes because we can't own property. I mean, that's just the law, and it's 2025 and the law is still like that. So we said, okay, well, we'll fix it. We'll write the bill where we can raise money, get funds, and make the difference. And that's what we've done. And I'm going to introduce these folks. First, I've got Jesse Jones. He's the project manager. He works with the contractors, works with the school districts, works with the land group. Also, we got William Beck, who's in charge of the rock quarry that, we made almost the $7 million just off of that rock getting crushed. Also, Addie Parker is our assistant CFO, and she'll be coordinating the transfer of the cash to your guys' CFO, and then with the state, organizing that. We're putting that into a money market account, I believe, until we pull the trigger and get it transferred over. That'll be in cash. So we need a resolution so we can get that paper trail. We'll bring it to and then you guys accept it and it'll be documented. We also have Marco Ovando, very special gent. He's our communications director. He's the one that organizes and gets us in front of people. We've gotten so much donations of him getting us in front of the right folks. Delia Abel has been with this project since day one as the treasurer. Very, very active individual. Obviously, the principal assisting with this, and then, Will Adler, our lobbyist. So, a magnificent team. Like I said, Will is going to explain those bills. But, as a, chair, couldn't be more proud than these people. And the county should feel the same. We've prevented taxes on residents, and we're going to get the same thing accomplished. And I know there was doubt, but we did it. And our kids will be very, very grateful that we did. I often say that it's our ticket to heaven right here. So, well.
Thank you. Take a seat. Yeah, we're on for a minute. Thank you all for taking part in this. I am Will Adler. I'm the principal of Silver State Government Relations and the lobbyist for Duck Valley Shoshone-Paiute Tribe. And as the chairman said, this has been one of the hardest journeys in my life, but definitely the proudest journey in my life, other than my 3 daughters, for the record, before I get in trouble for that one. But yeah, I do want to say that the Owyhee school came to us in a very messy way. We'll put it very politely. But yes, the chairman's video spoke loudly. It came as an expansion of their greenhouse project to expand their ag program. So much like the students we saw today, they wanted to grow additional sagebrush and do other BLM restoration work. And that's where they found out that actually the water supply for the school and for that expansion was contaminated with hydrocarbons. That is oil, gas, and kerosene that was all flushed down there by a Bureau of Indian engine shop about 50 years prior to that. And that had contaminated the entire aquifer. And they came to me the first week of the legislative session in February 2023 and said, there's an issue here that needs to be solved. And it's one that nobody can really get their hands around because it's actually an Elko County School District school in the middle of a tribal reservation. And I said, that's not possible, guys. That's definitely a Bureau of Indian Education school. I'm a tribal lobbyist guy. And of course, I was wrong because it is actually a Nevada State school in the heart of an Indian territory. And that's where this became a multifaceted issue. We went from the top of the state all the way to the bottom, but we've talked to Cortez Masto, we've talked to Congressman Mark Amodei, and truly without their support, we wouldn't have gotten an inch further, but we wouldn't have even got off the ground without local support and true champions. Nevada Gold Mines was the first one to actually volunteer to give us a bus to make sure the kids could come to the legislature, and they took us seriously day one on this issue. John Carr, being a former school board member and a county commissioner, actually opened the door and said, hey, if you have an issue and that school is ours, I want to hear about it. And that actually helped us progress this down the road. But the chairman here is truly a champion of champions. And he said, we're going to fight until we get this, Will. So we did. But as he said, AB 519 was a creation of looking at the area and knowing what's needed, right? There's more there than just the Owyhee school. And I hope you guys know that, right? In that bill, we created two accounts. There's two reserve accounts of $25 million for rural Nevada school. That one is $25 million for all rural school educational needs. That is matchable if a county chooses to put forth a tax. The second one is exclusively for schools in rural Nevada that happen to be in education districts that are non-native. So again, the Owyhee school has its own $25 million account, but that, as the chairman said, was not quite enough. With inflation, with tariffs and everything else we know about nowadays, we did launch the school, but I actually presented at this school board February 4th this year. And I said, if you give us a chance, if you sign that contractor, and I didn't use exact language, even though we don't have the budget quite there, we will deliver, and this tribe will not leave you hanging. We will not leave it on the school district or the county to pay for that school. And that's what we did. AB 355 is the product of that. We said anything that is in that account, whether it is the initial money or the interest we can raise on it, we should be able to match that. And anything the tribe can raise and any donations from outside should be matchable against that $25 million account to make sure we use the tribal dollars that are there. And the state heard us this year, the 2023 legislative session. Joe Lombardo signed two bills, 519 and 23 and 355 this year. But that actually created this mechanism where we can take our dollars that we previously dedicated from ARPA, from highway funds, from roads that the tribe has already spent with no guarantee that we get a school, by the way, guys. And they put that down and said, we want to be able to donate and match against our own in-kinds. That, and we had the first and greatest black tie gala in Elko's history last year. And we had one. We loaded up the Maverick and we really went for it. And that at that event alone, we raised over $700,000. So we've put every dime down towards this school because that's what the school means to this community. And that's where that check comes from. The tribe delivered on their promises. They said they wanted their own school and they just need some help and some trust from this community. And you guys gave it, and we couldn't be here without you guys. So I truly appreciate everyone here. Appreciate Ken Higby for being a champion from the beginning, CJ as well, and the entirety of the school board. Thank you all for hearing us, and thank you, Jeff. I know you're not here right now, but there's been some great conversations and a lot of back and forth, but a lot of support in the end. And we did it, guys. Here it is. And thank you all for being here, and thank the whole tribe for everything they've done. That is all.
As you all know, I'm both and. I am the school principal and a tribal member. So I take double just gratification in this because as the school principal, the level of engagement that our tribe has with our kids, being our biggest partner, they have really come through for our school kids, for our community, for our teachers. They're constantly engaged and involved with us. And so having their continuous support has been worth millions, literally millions. In that. And as a tribal member, I cannot say how proud I am of the effort of our tribal council, our community members, and just the investment that we are making collectively in the future of our tribe. So it's with gratitude, but also with a little bit of pop on the collar for the work that this community and tribe did to bring this to you tonight. So thank you to the chairman, the council, and the leadership of the Shoshone-Paiute tribes and the departments within it for carrying that banner for not just ourselves, because we're going to time out. I was talking to Jesse and he said, the kids have more years in front of them than behind them. And that's absolutely true. This isn't my building. This is their building. And they're actively engaged in everything from choosing the color schemes to, where certain things are going to be located with them in the building. And they are so invested. Every single person in our community is absolutely invested in this build. Besides the check, our hearts are in it. Thank you.
This is just the first. I mean, we're going to keep coming back with more as we progress. But I heard something the other day, and now the controversy in Owyhee, because it's so on schedule, thanks to, people that are, with the land group and, the project manager. I mean, it's actually the construction's ahead of schedule. But so the argument now is that glass class, they're like, do we want to be the last ones to walk at the old school or the first ones to walk at the new school? So that's the dilemma that they're having to make. And unbelievably, the decision from those students is they want to be the last ones to walk in the old school instead of being the new one, which I got to give it to them. They want to be part of that legacy of the school. That's been the only school that the tribe has ever had. This new school is going to be something weird. I mean, it's, we don't get new stuff. You just don't in Owyhee, but this one is. And so there's a lot of ownership, a lot of pride in it, a lot of hard work. Can't thank Ken, enough. And Superintendent Anderson. They've been there to support, so.
Sorry. No.
Okay.
Well, I have one last thing to say, and the chair can leave. But the other thing that we did try and do with this effort and to shine a light on is not Owyhee, is not tribal education. It was actually rural education in Nevada. The voice of rural Nevada is not well heard. And I have a famous phrase now that says, never waste a crisis, right? So when we were able to put a spotlight on Owyhee, it actually woke up Las Vegas, it woke up Washoe County, and it literally said, we matter too, and we have issues that we cannot solve on our own. And hopefully that mechanism is working today, because I do know Elko is the only county that is self-taxing and doing this raise that has a secondary mechanism that doubles your money. You can actually match that money and create greater change. And I hope that advocacy continues, and I hope we can have that voice continue, because we need more mechanisms like this. We need more and diverse funding, because this might work for Elko, but it doesn't work for White Pine, frankly, right? But we did a lot together, and we brought us all up together. But people like Danielle Monroe and Reno heard us. People who are from the heart of North Las Vegas heard us, because we brought this effort forward. But, let the tribe know and let us know if there's anything we do to be additional partners, because we are all partners together trying to educate the same kids. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your time, Chair Mason, council members. We appreciate Mr. Adler and Ms. Manning John as well for coming down. Thank you for meeting us with that trust, because that was a very difficult decision for us, of making sure that the students had what they needed without putting an obligation that frankly the district couldn't afford. So we appreciate this. We appreciate the efforts that have gone into it, having a 37 times return on the investment from the donation from Nevada Gold Mines. Again, these are amazing, awesome things, and we continue to look forward to seeing what happens in Owyhee. And we appreciate your time this evening, and definitely safe travels back.
I was going to say, you guys all know that I had some major concerns about that when we voted on it. And some of the questions that I was asking people I got to talk on the phone to, just made me more concerned because we didn't have the amount of money we needed to go forward with the project. And I just want to say, you guys are amazing. I'm just blown away. You guys have done so much. It's incredible. And I just want to give you all a shout out. You guys are just incredible. And to see everything that you've done. If everyone in Owyhee keeps working this hard, like there's so many great things in the future for everyone out there. So great job.
Just thank you for the work you've done. It is awesome. I am so excited to see that school completed and watch those kids walk across the stage for the last time at the old school and watch those kids come into the new school. It is going to be amazing. And so much credit to all of you who did so much work and to your whole community and to, the work you've done with the state, not just Owyhee, but all of rural Nevada. We need a voice and we appreciate so much the work you've done. And we are so excited to have a new school for your students and the community up there. It's going to be amazing. It already is, just seeing the work. So thank you.
Before you all leave, we'd love to shake your hands. Thank you.
And Matt, I think Kayla would also like to do some sort of a photo with all of you over there.
If the board members actually had a bolo prior to the event, Will made the buy a Nevada bolo. Nevada thing. But it'd be kind of cool if we get made and then board members get it and wear it. We're planning on doing the black tie gala again this year, so it'd be great
If you attend
if
and
you guys come. Yeah.
yeah.
It gives you a chance to dress So it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And one of one, exactly.
Going to Vegas, he doesn't.
And I'm gonna just put another plug in there. Mr. Beck, you'll also be here this weekend at the Christmas Bazaar, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Christmas Bazaar, you can see Mr. Beck's, I thought I was on, and then I turned it off.
And this bolo actually doubled its money because I bought it at the Black Tie Gala, and all contributions actually
There
go
we go.
right back towards the school. So
Safe travels again. Thank you so
But
much.
thank you all, and thank you for this night to explain ourselves, and thank you all for the partnership and the trust.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys. See you all.
We'll go ahead and move into our consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion and second. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye as well. Motion passes. 3.01 is receipt, review, and possible acceptance of the bid for the Elko High School boiler replacement project submitted by Charles H. Chester Plumbing and Heating Incorporated and the conditional award of contract to that bidder. This is for possible action. Mr. Stahlke.
Good evening. I know usually I talk a ton. Well, I'll keep it super sweet and very short. So we had a qualifying bid for $1,925,547,000. Kind of looking back at stuff, I don't think I actually told you guys a price, but we kind of budgeted about 1.6 million for this project. So it came in a little bit over. We had two bids. They were probably about 1% or 2% difference. They were really close. So Chester Plumbing came in lower than Snyder Mechanical or US Mechanical. But yeah, they were really close, and so.
Thank you, sir. Comments from the board?
I just wanted to bring up concern as far as why we are only doing boilers and not AC units.
I think we just looked at replacing two boilers that were from the 60s and not doing any cooling towers or anything for Elko High School. I mean, that would be a pretty big task, I think, to do all those buildings. We're kind of, since we've kind of moved into, the school district going into like a earlier aspect in like August, I've had the mechanical engineer kind of start looking at individual buildings and what we can kind of do to kind of offset some of the cooling stuff for the district as well. So if it's going to be kind of in a general way, like a big kind of swamp cooler that we could probably do, like to offset some of the cooling for some of these buildings on the cheap, I guess is the best way to describe it, Josh.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I've been looking at. But yeah, it would be, there's not really one really big solution that we could, like a cooling tower.
No, I mean, that's EHS's problem, right? I mean,
Yeah.
we have that with security, we have that with infrastructure, and so I totally understand that. I just, we've got, the main building has been scorchingly hot for decades.
Yes.
And now we're upgrading a boiler, so we have verification the boiler's gonna fail, like near imminent, or it's just because it's from the 60s that we're just gonna replace it.
So actually, just today, I just met with Travelers Insurance. They have their boiler guys come out and inspect the boilers. And we were kind of going through Grammar and Southside. And I told them that, Grammar's, hopefully we'll be getting a mechanical upgrade. And I told him that we would be doing a mechanical upgrade, hopefully at, well, with you guys at Elko High School. And the smile on that guy's face, he was pretty pumped that we were going to be doing the boiler upgrade at Elko High School. Like, this is from a professional boiler guy that looks at our boilers. Is pretty impressed that we've got it to last as long as we've got it to last. But yeah, cooling is definitely something I would like to happen throughout the district for sure. So
Okay. And pardon
that's
me.
not an answer, I guess.
No, no, no.
Josh,
You,
but-
I mean, I mean, listen, I'm not trying to question your integrity, sir. I'm just trying to understand. We have, as we're going to see here, we don't have a fun couple things in the future here of this meeting. And so I'm just trying to make sure that as we do this, we're making those decisions, and that's what we're trying to do. So I appreciate the work that you put in, like I said, but I also just need to make sure that we are, but I also need to make sure that the board, what appetite the board has, because I could be the only one sitting here. These guys can all be like, why is he even talking? Do you know what I mean? So, but this is the proper place to have that conversation. So again, I appreciate it, and I appreciate that feedback. I would just ask the board, I did send out an email to the board, and because this was on it, does anyone have an appetite for discussion on that? Or was it just arbitrary, Dr. Byer sending out emails about HVAC?
I'll say, and maybe you can say it again. I know you talked about grammar of why we couldn't do air, like there was, like, what was the deal on that?
So Susan, not that we couldn't do a cooling option for the grammar bid. It's just keeping costs down. And if I can keep the heat on in a building and keep it going through the winter here in Elko County, that was kind of like my main goal. And then with only getting maybe $5 million from the county, I'm just trying to protect, make sure we hit all the needs that we need to hit moving forward. So cooling, it definitely is an issue, but we can kind of revisit that and kind of come back to that. If we only need that in maybe a month or 2 months of the school district time, but heating, we're definitely going to need a lot more in the climate that we live in. But so that's kind of the priority. So if I can get some mechanical upgrades done and some roofs done that we definitely are going to need in the future, that's kind of what I've been working on. And then I'll save as much as I possibly can. And with this bid, just so you guys know, it came in about $2 million. We saved about another $140,000. We're just going to leave the boilers in place in this kind of basement area that we have. And I moved all the boilers kind of upstairs into an area. The boilers aren't going to hurt being down there. If we can ever replace, get them out of there. But yeah, that was a savings, about $100,000 just to keep them down there.
So by doing heating, I apologize for not knowing a lot about this, but so doing the heat, so eventually if you want to do cooling, we're not like having to redo something that we just put in to have,
No.
you know how sometimes they do roads and
Exactly,
then it's like,
right.
didn't you just dig this up? And so not working together on that, so
No,
that part
like-
doesn't really matter.
No, I think what Josh was saying, like the campus is so spread out at Elko High School, it's going to be kind of per building to kind of get the cooling that we need for the campus itself, right? It's not going to be just cooling tower upgrade for everything. It would just kind of be more per building itself to kind of maybe cool that moving forward, so.
Okay.
Grammar's a little different. We could probably put in a cooling tower there, but we decided to save costs and just move forward with a mechanical upgrade just for heat.
Go ahead.
And Jeff, if you want to say something, I'm trying to keep an eye on your mic, but make sure to wave or give me a heads up if there's anything you want to say, Jeff. So to Dr. Byers' question, first I want to say thank you to the board for not replying all, if you did reply. It sounds like Josh didn't receive a response from that email side. We do want to make sure that we're being careful of open meeting law. I'm pleased that the discussion is happening now because we don't want to make it appear by any means that there's a discussion going on non-openly. And so thank you for the board not responding. I was anticipating, and Josh and I had discussed, he had some concerns. He asked if I was aware of anything. And so I encouraged him to talk about this evening. I agree that we need to make sure that we're managing the money the best we can. With that said, the biggest concerns that I've heard over the 4-day school week is a long school day. I'm also hearing many people say that they appreciate the earlier getting out of school earlier, or the end of the school calendar being in May. That necessitates going into August. And the only way to get shorter school days is to add a longer school year, which means apparently we're going to continue to move into August. The solution to that from a school calendar standpoint is great, except that we do have buildings that in the end of summer, the dog days of summer, we're getting really warm temperatures. So Matt, I appreciate that you are looking at how do we do this from a budget standpoint and how do we prioritize. Obviously, I'm just one of 7. As we move forward, I would love to make sure that, I'd love to see that there, is that effort of, are we doing a heating side that is going to cost more when we do a cooling side later down the road if we don't combine them? When there's when we can sync that up and have a cost savings, even if it means that we're spending a little bit more, I'd love for us to at least have that ability to consider that. It's capital, but yeah, we're going to need to make sure that our kids can learn as well. And I get warm really quick, so I'm all for AC. But yeah, that's I appreciate your efforts as well. And if we can continue to keep that focus on, I think that would be good. Anything else from the board?
I just have a question on here. It says the board's encouraged to accept the apparent low bid and best bid with the sum of $1,925,547, but then there's a recommendation to the board from CJ. And it's to accept the bid plus alternate number 1. So that would be also to remove the.
No, I don't.
To not remove
in
it.
this case, it's backwards of what you would think. The alternate is to not remove the thing.
Oh,
So by
gotcha.
accepting the alternate, you are reducing the price by 101 or whatever it is.
Okay, thank you. I was just confused on that.
Yeah, it was a weird one for everybody, I think, right? Yeah, usually it's the other way around, but yeah, so, yeah.
I just had one more question. So as far as, I get what you're saying, as far as like it's on your radar, is there like again, I can't keep track of all the things, and I apologize. Is there like a list that we're going to see AC on? Or is that something that's got to go through like the committee for Mr. Anderson? Or like, I don't understand. I mean, like what you've said, I'm not discounting. I just don't know, when can we expect, is there like a timeline we could expect to see that? I don't know where that's at, so.
No, I don't think I'm kind of building a list, and I'm more than willing to share that with you guys, maybe in a construction update or something like that, but.
Is that the one we share with like AB 519 committee with the county then? Is that different?
It's, I guess, a little different, Josh. I'm just saying, like, I think we're just trying to make sure we can hold school, efficiently, with heating, without, leaks in the roofs and that stuff. And then we'll kind of start building the stuff that we kind of need that would supplement some of the issues that we're having with the district. But I mean, to be completely honest with you, I could spend $150 million.
Oh, for sure. We're on the same page, absolutely.
In a drop of a hat, but, cooling is definitely, on my radar. And what we're trying to do is go through each school see the issues and then prioritize those issues and then come up with, maybe it's an easy fix of, we stick 50 grand into this building, kind of redo, not do a mechanical upgrade. We just do kind of some heating upgrades. If it's, some small boilers or whatever it is, and then we can kind of move forward that way where maybe that 50 grand gets us another 10 years where we can actually look at a mechanical upgrade for $2 million or something like that. So that's kind of been my focus is how can I take the little bit of money that I have right now and make it cost effective for the entire school district and make it work for everybody. So
Last thing I'll say, I super appreciate it. Like, you are thinking outside the box, and I appreciate that. We have to show the community as well. And so I appreciate you being able to stand up here and talk about it too as well. So it's all super important, because if we just sit up here and we go, hey, we have our next couple of items on here and we just go, yeah, that stinks, we're so behind. But you know what? Previous to that, we just approved a $2 million project. It doesn't bode well for the community as far as this means. So I super appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir. I do want to say you're doing a fantastic job, and I really appreciate all the work that you do.
I'll just comment that, I appreciate the need for AC in all of our buildings. However, if we have, 80 degrees in a classroom, it's really uncomfortable. But if we have a boiler fail and all of a sudden we have pipes freeze and everything else, then our projects become massively larger. And so I can appreciate looking at making sure our heat stays on, if that's the priority right now. And, looking at down the road to, what can we do to cool our classrooms in the whole district as well. But I think if this is a priority, we're looking at these, and you've got a professional boiler guy that's saying, wow, I can't believe you've got these to run this long, good job. And I've been hearing about boilers for a lot of years at this point. So, congratulations to everyone that has kept boilers running. And I've been part of, hearing about systems that have failed and classrooms that were freezing and, bringing in heaters. So unless the board has a major objection to this, I feel like we should go ahead and accept this, move forward, make sure we've got heat at Elko High, in this case, and all of our buildings. And yeah, for sure, look to the future and see what we can do for cooling. But with that being said.
Teresa?
Oh, go ahead.
Jeff has been trying to get in for a little bit.
Please.
Jeff, let's go ahead and give it to you first.
Well, I was just going to point out, in the last couple of years, we have done some cooling projects. I know that the chillers at West Wendover High School, as well as Wells combined, because I remember my first year going there in the gym was unbearable to do graduation. But the following year, it ended up working well. So I know those projects are being addressed. That was by his predecessors. But the other thing I wanted to add is with that letter going out, we should probably put that in the minutes, just to be, or that would be my request, to enter that in the minutes, just so we aren't crossing any lines there as far as discussion. And that's all I had.
I just had a question. So this will be coming out of the capital improvement fund. And so is this something we're going to ask the state to match with the 25 million or?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Why
That's why we kind of held this one back, grammar back, and this one just to, help with the design a little bit, but actually to be able to match this. So, it's $1.9 million, excuse me, is a lot of money, but if we can get the state to pay for half of it, and we're the only county that's able to do that right now, and that's kind of really what I'm pushing for right now, so.
And the way that's, just by way of reminder, the way that's broken down in our CIP is, at least structurally in the CIP, it looks like is half of that cost comes from our district pay-as-you-go fund, and then the other half comes from that amount that's allotted to us from the county, and then that amount from the county can go there. And so whether that goes in that way or not is I'm not totally sure, but when you look at our CIP, which is important to go back to with all these, whether it's this project or any others, because there's about 15 other projects that are listed on that CIP. You know, the idea is we don't want to just, there's not enough there to do everything we need to in our pay-as-you-go fund, and there's not enough from the 5 to 6 million that the state gives, or that the county gives us. And so trying not to drain either one too quickly, but definitely make use of every dollar of the 5 to 6 million that the county gave us and match all of that towards. So whether it's this project or the next one he comes to us with, the idea is to leave none of those dollars in the account or on the table. Those will we're going to try to do our best to make the most out of all those funds.
Yeah, I'm trying to take all the money from that account.
Yeah.
Before anybody else could get it.
Yep.
And we appreciate that as well. Not, you know, no offense to the other counties, but, you know, we're here now.
Yeah.
All right, before we take a vote, there's one thing that Teresa had said in regards to, unless there's major objections from the board, if there are objections to the board on this item, we do need to make sure that we are aware that this was a legally bid or a bid project. And if we are objecting to it, we are very limited in the reasons why we can reject this. I believe the reasons would be above budget, or that there was something illegal with or inherently wrong with the bidding process. So if I recall correctly, those are the only two reasons really we can reject this, since it was legally put out to bid. So with that, I'm happy to entertain a motion unless there's any further discussion.
Since with the match, this will actually be below the budget, I move that the board accept the best bid for the Elko High School boiler replacement project submitted by Chester, including alternate number 1, and conditionally award the contract to that bidder, subject to the timely submission to the district legal counsel of all documents required by the instructions to bidders, including 1, the signed contract, 2, proof of required insurance, 3, issued performance bond, and 4, issued payment bond.
Second.
Motion and a second. Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Stalkey.
Thanks, guys.
3.02 is our transportation update. Mr. Seth. Been sitting too long.
There we go. Got it on. All right. Oh, no. Charles, you got it switched? There it is. Okay. All right. So at the request of Mr. Anderson, we'll keep this brief and fast, he said tonight. So I'll go quickly. But so basically, talked to you guys earlier in the year, told you I'd come back with some data for you guys and some numbers for later on. And this is what we got, except for it won't go. Nope, not working. Hey, Charles, can you switch to the next slide? Okay, so this one here is just an overview, so you know what the lingo is for transportation when we talk about route bus, trip bus, multifunction activity types of buses and stuff like that in the presentation. So you do the next slide, Charles. Whoop. There we go. Okay, so right now in our current inventory, we have 83 school buses. 16 of those are dedicated just for solely trip use. 10 of those are white bus, or otherwise known as a multifunction activity bus. We have 51 buses that we use every single day for routes. And then we have 11 spare buses that are just there for backup in case we need them. And then we do have 5 of those 83 that are currently in inventory, so I have to count them, but they're not in service. They are out for mechanical issues or very expensive repairs and on very old equipment that we're not going to spend our money on. So basically, if you go on, this is just kind of an overview of the school bus. Basically, buses are expected to last between 12 and 16 years. At our district, that's more like 20 to 25 years. So We've done a pretty well job of keeping that going and stuff on the road for a long time. Type A school buses, those are the smaller like van conversion. We only run 2 of those. Their expected life cycle is 8 to 10 years, of course, because they're a lighter duty vehicle to begin with. So go ahead, next slide. So our typical miles that the school district puts on every single year is just over 900,000 miles between trips and routes. We drove, let's see, last year, 588,000 miles we put on our route buses. And that was, just to give you some difference between our 22-23 school year, which was our 5-day school year, we were down, we were at 648,000 miles then. So we're down about 60,000 miles from, so that's how much less miles we're doing in a 4-day school year. So roughly translated, that's around, we're saving about 15,000 gallons of fuel a year. So that's kind of where that went to. Our travel extracurricular, which is sports, activities, teams, you know, that stuff runs to the airports, all those good things, remained about the same between the 5 and 4 school. We ran, let's see, about 315,000 on that, the 22-23, and we're at 318. So not a big difference there. Okay, go to the next slide. This is just a bar graph for people that like visual stuff, same thing. Go ahead and go to the next one. And this is just exactly the same thing again. Another bar graph. Okay, so this, the 78 bus, this is removing the ones we have out for service. This was going on in between these slides. We were taking buses out of service, just so you know. We had one lose a transmission while I was doing this. So we have 22 buses in Elko that run routes every day. There's 5 dedicated trip buses here that service Elko and Carlin. Spring Creek has 21 route buses everyday use, 4 dedicated buses out there. Owyhee has 3 route buses that run every day. Currently, right now, they have 1 dedicated trip bus. They normally would have 2, but we're down on buses, so that's where we're pulling back on. But they do have brand new route buses that supplement in there. Jackpot has a singular trip bus. Wells has their 3 route buses and 2 dedicated trip buses. Wendover has their 1 dedicated route bus, which does all of their routes. So they do multi-tier with the single bus. It works out for them. So thankfully, they don't need multiple buses. And then they do have 3 dedicated trip buses, which, and they're always borrowing another bus from us for trips. So tells you how much travel Wendover does, quite a bit. Ruby Valley, of course, has 1 dedicated route bus. Used to have 2 routes there. People moved out from the south area and we don't need to run anymore, so we cut that down to 1. And then we currently have 11 spare buses in our fleet. So you can go ahead into the next slide. These I'll just have Charles just kind of scroll through them as I'm talking. This just kind of gives you a breakdown of the buses, how old they are. You can see the difference there between new and old in the different age. Just going through the trip buses in each area. So Spring Creek, you'll notice, has the highest number of aged out old buses. That is on purpose and by design. What we're trying to do there is we're encompassing where our flow is going. So the next group of replacement buses will be moving into that area. And that helps break up the age. We're trying to keep it even. So from area to area. We did all the outlying areas the past few years where we've been purchasing the 5 buses every year. So those have all been going to the outlying areas. So they all have new route buses, newer trips. So we took care of Wendover, Wells, Owyhee, got those guys set up pretty good. And then Elko and Spring Creek, of course, we're kind of just bookended there for right now. And then we'll fill in the middle. Okay. Hey, you keep going through, Charles, for me. And then those, and if you look on those slides, the ones that say A1, A10, those buses, those are those white multi-activity buses. So they'll be with us. Unfortunately, that's the only job they can do is trips. So that's their life. And right now, the way that they're running, they should hit about 250,000 miles in 16 years. So they should be right in there about where they're expected.
Can I
Okay,
ask a question? Why
yeah.
can those only do like activities and things?
To be okay, so the law states for us to use a bus as anything other than a school bus, to do anything for a school, it has to meet the definition of a school bus or be a multi-function activity bus, which basically it meets all the safety requirements of a school bus, but it's not required by law to be school bus yellow or have traffic control devices. So without traffic control devices or being school bus yellow, it cannot perform to home to school, bus stop to school on a daily basis. So that's something that was purchased, decision made by prior past, what we won't, no downfall on them. It served the need at that time, but it's not something that I would ever consider purchasing again. I would just stick to regular school buses, equip them with, what you wanted on them, AC, stuff like that, so we could use them through multiple roles and they can fill every role. So kind of looking at where our fleet's at right now, that's what's on this slide. We have 28 buses right now that are 16 years or older that should be scheduled to be replaced on our goal of getting to the five per year over 16 years. So would replace 80 buses. That means our fleet would be cycled out once we get to that goal, which we have started working on about 4 or 5 years ago. So that's where we're at. Next year, we'll have one more bus. So within the next 5 years, there's 33%. So 40% of the fleet would be past 16 years old. With our current purchasing schedule of 5 buses per year, we'll be able to reduce this number to 8 buses or 10% of the fleet within the next 5 years. So, and that's partially due to the fact that there's a huge gap there where no buses were purchased. So there won't be any expiring up here. So there was supposed to be one more slide that I lost somewhere in space. So, hey, Charles, if you can throw up that spreadsheet. I just sent him over a spreadsheet that has just the raw data I pulled from. So if you kind of look, it's just broken down by model year. And you can kind of see where those gaps are at. Previously back in, it looks like 2004, they only were buying like 2 buses a year. Then they skip a year, then they would buy 4, then they would buy 3, then they would buy 4. It was kind of like a odd thing like that. And then in 2009, they completely stopped. 2010, the one bus there was a free bus from some sort of EPA program. That's where that bus came from. 2011, they purchased 2 buses. And then 2012, those buses were, I believe, another EPA donation through, I believe it was something to do with one of the mines and an EPA fine, and they chose to give school buses instead of paying a fine. So, and then we hit that huge gap where we didn't purchase anything from 2013 through 2017. And then they had the decision then to purchase 20 buses all in 1 year, which is going to be a huge overtaking when we get to that point. Then we did another year with no bus purchases, and then we purchased 4 buses. And then there's the 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25, those years. It's a little skewed there because we were purchasing buses in those years, but that was when all of a sudden buses went from being able to get them order fulfilled in 4 to 5 to 6 months to 18 to 2 years before they came in. So the ones that all showed up in 2023, I believe there was 14 2023 model years. We were supposed to have 5 of those in well, yeah, 4 of them were supposed to be 21s. Matter of fact, the one that's a 2024 model year that was ordered in 2021, just so you know that. So that's how long it took to get. So those should be more evenly spaced out, but it's something that we can work around. And just looking into our future, that it was the year, well, within 5 years, we'll be back to just as, I think, less than the 10%, and then we'll be able to grow that. Within the next 10, we'll be completely even. And then if we continue on the 5-bus purchase, we'll be ahead before we hit that huge block of 20. And then you'll be back at the 8, which would put you back at 10% again. And then the next few years, it would be able to work out. So the schedule we're on is a viable schedule. Should be perfectly, able to sustain the fleet if we keep on it. Whether or not we can, that's a different story, but for other times. Then you can go ahead and go back to the slides, Charles. And okay, this is just kind of giving you an overview of new buses when we look at them. These are type Ds, or front engines are type A, C, or D. And then what they kind of service. Then rear engine buses, of course, that's our bigger buses, trip buses. You can go ahead and go to the next one, Charles. And then this is the current cost, estimated bus costs, which I still can't believe. Yeah, so an 84 passenger rear engine bus is roughly $235,000. The smaller buses, the ones that we typically run with the wheelchair lift, that kind of stuff, they're just under 200,000. A type A bus, this estimate was from previous year. I haven't gotten any quotes on ones for current model year, but it's at $120,000. And those prices have gone up. Well, I'll tell you, in 2019, we purchased 84 passenger rear engine buses for $130,000. So that tells you how much prices have increased. Okay, so we can go ahead and go on to the next thing. Last thing I want to talk to you guys was the EV buses, where we're at on that. So Nevada Energy has ordered all the components, expected delivery for charging station infrastructure, all that's January 2026. Their company that they selected for the construction and installation, Osborne, has come by, done their site plans, all that. They've submitted them to myself and Matt for approval. We've given them that to go ahead. They should be filing for permits and all that. Hopefully, we'll start installation when the equipment arrives in January. Right now, currently with the buses, there are 2 currently in the factory in production. The other 3 are scheduled. Well, I wrote this in November, so this month in December now, are scheduled to go in. They're expected to be completed in January, which would give us an approximate delivery date of the buses in March. And why that takes so long in between is there's a lot of stuff after they're actually built that they have to go to the dealer, then they get camera systems, that stuff installed, fire suppression, all the extra requirements, and then scheduled for delivery and all that. So right now we're currently still on schedule with both the Nevada Clean Energy Fund for the buses being completely covered by them, as far as through the grants and everything, all the other funding sources. So we're still looking at no out of pocket and doing my best to keep it that way, and we won't move forward hopefully if it changes from that. So, and any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Canning.
Thank you.
Can I add something real quick? You're
I'm
good. Steph.
sorry.
You're fine.
There's too much time.
Please.
All
Please.
right.
I'd like to add something. So something that whoever's listening, whoever's not listening, we never know, right? But something that is very important and to mention, and you guys have been around for long enough that you're aware, But because as we feed into our budget conversation, as it's been like we've been teasing and alluding to it, there are inherent in the way we receive funds, there are certain funds that I don't want, as we go into those conversations, like it's a very convenient argument for people to make that we don't have money. Why are we spending money on X or on Y or on Z? No matter what we talk about later, especially as it pertains to the general fund, that's not really relevant to capital improvement costs across the board. There are places where they can overlap, but certain things can only be spent on certain things, I guess is what I'm getting at. So, if we're worried about the costs of whatever, whether or not we spend money on a boiler is not relevant to that conversation. And when we talk about our transportation, the state gives us money, and Cassie can correct me if I'm speaking too generally. I'm trying to put it in normal people terms though, because Cassie and Terry are not normal people. They're going to be up here, and they are not normal people. But the normal people understand, like, well, if I have money, why can't I just take it from this and put it to that? And the answer is you cannot. And when it comes to transportation, we get funded by the state on a rolling, is it 5-year average, Cassie? Yeah. So if we don't spend money on that on those buses, that's like, it's fine. We don't have to. But then you see those gaps of years where all of a sudden we don't have buses anymore because we haven't been spending on buses, and the state will not give us money for those buses because we have shown that we don't need the money, which is a hilarious concept in education, that we don't need the money. So again, I just want to, and I could probably say this on so many different levels, but before, and this isn't necessarily for you, the board, but for everybody, like before you make an assumption about whether money is being used correctly or improperly or responsibly or irresponsibly, I would just make sure everyone takes a moment to be educated on where those funds come from, what they can be used towards, what they cannot be. And that's just really important to all the conversations that we're having, because our transportation is pretty important. The heat in our buildings is pretty important, and try to be as responsible as we can with those funds. So anyway, that's it.
I'm glad you brought that up because I was going to bring it up when Cassie got up here because she had the answers for it. But I know that we were planning on purchasing 5 buses a year, because then when the state sees that we purchase 5 buses a year, they'll start funding 5 buses a year. When does that start? That was my question, is when does the state start funding for those buses? Oh, good.
So a rolling five, I recognize, I said rolling 5-year average, like that makes sense to, maybe I'm becoming less of a normal person. I'm getting there. So you take the last 5 years and you add up and you get the average of what you spent over the last 5 years, and that's what the state will fund you for the next year. And so, when we weren't spending anything, or we were never not spending anything, but when we were spending less, the money we would get allocated was less, right? And so we started doing this 4 years ago, I think, maybe around there when Julie was here. We started to kind of obligate that money towards that to make sure every year since then, it's continued to climb and climb and climb. And at some point you get to a point where it's like, well, we don't want to spend more than that. We only need to spend what we need to spend, but we're almost at that point. I think we're maybe 1 or 2 years out from where we'll consistently be at what we need to sustain the purchases in order for our fleet not to, expire worse than it is already, to be serviceable still for us. So yeah, we're getting there where where that allocation is what we need it to be. It's very close.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And again, Mr. Canning, and thanks for jumping in there, Ms. Elko. We'll hear from you here in just a bit. We'll now go to 3.03, Special Services Update from Dr. Higbee. Thank you for gracing us with your presence one last time.
Thank you. It is wonderful to be here. I just want to thank Hillary for being here. We were in a meeting and she said, you're not going to be here in January. It's when you were supposed to give your update. And so why don't we have you do it in December? So thank you, Hillary. I appreciate that. So with this update, I'm hoping the clicker will work. Come on. Okay, Charles? Okay, so this is our, and I'm going to go through this pretty quick because it's been a long night. This is our special services team. There's 258 employees that work for the special services department. It's substantial in our school district. These are the people that get it done on a daily basis, and they're amazing at what they do. Charles? So our SPED count for, I wanted to give you our 3-year SPED count. You can see our count day count in 23-24 was 1353. And every year we start with a number and then that increases. But if you look at the 25-26, we started at 1,278. We're going to end up, you're going to end up close to that 1353. And so where we've seen school district enrollment numbers go down, SPED is not. And the thing I'm going to say about SPED is the cases are getting more and more severe. And that requires people to help our students. Charles? So the next thing, we spent a lot of money on Gold Book. And our people are using it. You always wonder, if we're going to spend the money, is it really worth it? And you can see the number of resources from Gold Book that's been accessed just this part of the year is 6,889 times our people have accessed that. Charles? And you can see by month, and this is normal because in September and October, that's when the IEPs really come into play, and we have to rewrite IEPs, and we use Gold Book to do that. Charles? You can see the subject areas, math, reading, writing, alt academics, behavior, and SEL, and life skills. That's our data usage that we've had. Charles? Okay, this is, in my opinion, this is probably this is my most proudest thing that we've done since I've been here. And if you look at the regular, these are our SPED kids, our regular diplomas in 23-24, we had 55 of those. And if you look at adjusted diplomas, that's at 20. Now, an adjusted diploma is basically, it was the old certificate of attendance. My goal has been, we want to really eliminate that and get our kids into regular diplomas. So in 24-25, we had 52 regular diplomas, but you can see the adjusted is only at 15. So we were improving there. And what a great day to have the data. This year, our regular diplomas for SPED students will have 75 regular ed SPED diplomas with only 11 adjusted. That's huge. And the number of seniors with adjusted diplomas, and that's our total population, is down to 1.57, and that should be less than 1%. In 23-24 was at 3.19%. This is a direct correlation of all the great work that our people are doing out there. It is really, truly amazing. Next. So we've been in a battle forever. I think Bobby started this back in the 30s.
Dr. Higbee.
What? No, in her 30s. I said in her 30s, and she's 35 now. But right now we're this last month we received about $49,912.62, and that's going to be about our average of bringing in Medicaid funds for the services that we are providing for students. And so our Naomi is doing a great job of that. Our speech Our speech people are doing a great job, and our nurses finally are seeing the fruits of their labor. Like I said, Bobby's been trying to get this done forever, and she's had huge success. So kudos to Bobby for sticking this out and getting this done before she retires shortly. Okay. We produced our special ed para handbook. That's been huge. We met and trained on that at the start of the year. And now we've got 2 times a month, we've got training for our paras. Our paras, I've always believed, they spend as much or more time with students than anyone, our sped students. And now we're finally giving them some training. And so pretty excited about that. Charles? And March 6th, I would invite all of you to attend our Elko SPED conference. It'll be at the Elko Convention Center. Our theme is Right Now, Together Towards Tomorrow. And my thought on this was, you've got a walkout song, Van Halen's Right Now. I mean, that's what it's about, because it says right now, there is no tomorrow. And we got to do this for our kids. All right. Thank you, Elko County School District. Thank you, board members, for all that you've done for me. This is going to be tough. Thank you, case managers. Thank you, everyone that goes to work to work with our special ed population students. Thank you to our school psychs. They do a tremendous job of keeping us going in an almost impossible manner. Thank you to my coordinators, Heather Howes, Leah Neal, Bobby Shanks, Leslie Stewart, for the amazing things that they do. My front office staff, Brandy worked with me for most of my time here. We've got Sarah, Naomi, and Carol. Carol, she always knows when I get an email late at night that keeps me from sleeping, because I'll come in, I'll look like death warmed over, and she'll say, "Are you okay?" Yeah, we're okay. And so I appreciate her. I want to thank Seth and his crew. I can always call them and say, we need you to do this. They figure out a way to do it. I want to thank Matt Stalkey for all of his work that he's done. He is a tremendous asset to you guys. And I hope you appreciate and treat him the way that he deserves to be treated. Our directors. Emily, Candace, Ray, Cody, and Cassie. Been in this business a long time. It's a kid business. There is no one who cares more about kids and will go to battle for kids than these people over here. And it's been the absolute privilege of my career to work with them. I was sent here so I could learn lots about education and people, and I have. CJ? Thanks will never be enough. Thanks for a friendship. Thanks for being a mentor to me. Thank you for caring about kids every day. You guys are so fortunate to have a superintendent that cares about kids the way he does. And finally, I've been away from my family for 2.5 years. I'd go home on weekends, but it's going to be nice to be with them. It's interesting because when we started this journey, my wife was in nursing school. She will graduate or be done on Thursday. And I get to be done on the 25th. And we get to be together. And so thank you to her and my kids for putting up with all my sacrifices for being away. I know I've missed people, and I apologize for that. But I just need you to know that I'm very appreciative of Elko County School District. And speak highly of what you guys do. This board is a pretty special board. You're in the kid business. And it's fun to see that on a monthly basis. Your questions are appreciated. Do you have any questions for me?
Dr. Higbee, thank you for your service to the kids of Elko County and to the district itself. Appreciate your leadership.
Dr. Higbee, I just want to say thank you for the update. Thank you for the information, always the offers to, learn and understand a lot of the issues and everything else in SPED. And thank you for coming into a position that has changed hands a lot in Elko County. And just diving in, thank you for taking care of Owyhee. You can see from the conversation we had earlier how much you've done up there. Thank you for being a part of Elko County School District and all that you've done, and good luck. And the district you're headed to is lucky to have you.
I also wanted to say thank you to Hillary for having him come up here before he left. So thank you, Hillary, and thank you. Thank you, Ken, for everything that you've done for our district. Thank you for helping me as a board member navigate through some things and for your service to the district. And I know just from all the conversations we've had together that you truly do care about kids. And I agree, the district that you're going to is lucky to have you. Congratulations to you and to your wife. And I'm glad that you'll be able to spend some time together. I know from talking to people in special education, it's a hard job. And it's a whole other level of stress beyond some of the other positions that you can have in the school district. So thank you for the time that you stayed here and all the effort that you put in. We really appreciate it, and we'll miss you.
Yeah, I wanted to echo the sentiment you both have just expressed, and thank you for your service. Thanks for your service to the citizens of Elko County, and best of luck in your future.
It's been an emotional meeting today. I want to say thank you. Thank you for everything you've done, and we're gonna miss you.
Good. I'm just going to say thank you right now, publicly. We'll be in contact. And so, for the sake of time, thank you so much for all that you do. And every interaction I've ever had has been amazing. So I appreciate it. But I appreciate you and all that you've given. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Higbee. I kept it simple.
Next on our agenda is 3.04. And ladies, I'm going to, again, use the privilege of the chair. I'm going to give us a 5-minute recess before we go into you guys, because I'm anticipating this may be a little bit longer. We've been here for about almost 2.5 hours. So let's take 5 minutes. We'll be back at 7:50. 8:50 your time, Jeff. Sorry to make it go longer, but we're going to need a little bit of a break, I think.
No, I'm thankful for the break.
All right, we'll go ahead and bring us back in. I was slightly off on my end, so again, I'm making us run late. 3.04 is receipt, review, and possible approval of the 2024-2025 Elko County School District Audit as performed by Eide Bailey, and this is for possible action. Ms. Terry Gage, I turn it to you.
Thank you very much. Everybody should have two documents in front of them, the bound audit report and then a letter. Most everything in the letter, as we go through the audit report, we're going to kind of cover what is discussed in the letter. So the bound audit report, I'm here to present the June 30th, 2025 audit report for the Elko County School District. Couple pages back, so you'll have table of contents, and then you'll get to page 1. This is the independent auditor's report. I always like to say, these are your financial statements. All that is mine in these financial statements is this lovely independent auditor's report. In the current year, we do have an unmodified opinion on the majority of the statements. We have what we call a qualified opinion on the governmental activities. So when we combine all your funds together into full accrual statements, we ended up having a modified opinion relating to GASB 101. GASB 101 was a new a new standard this fiscal year relating to compensated absences. And as we were working with Cassie going through the reports from your accounting system to determine your liability for vacation, sick, those types of leave, the reports from your accounting system weren't matching the employee's portal. And the amounts in the portal were correct, but the reports that were coming out of the accounting system were incorrect. And we basically came to a decision that you're switching accounting systems. You had 1,000 employees, didn't want to use man hours to try to regenerate reports to prove a liability. And so we qualified your opinion relating to compensated absences on those front statements. The remainder of your statements, so all of the funds that you budget at a fund level, you have a clean opinion on those fund financial statements. But like I say, we just qualified relating to compensated absences. All right, we're gonna skip all the way to page 17. So page 17 is your statement of net position. So these are full accrual statements. So all your liabilities, debt, capital assets are all included in these the statement of net position. As we go further into the report, as we get into your funds, the general fund, the capital improvement fund, those don't include capital assets or debt, but these front statements do include those. I just kind of wanted to go over a couple of significant items on this page. So your statement of net position, similar to a balance sheet, starts off with assets less liabilities equals net position. You'll notice at the bottom of that page, the district has a deficit net position of about $17.6 million. The minute we add in all of your liabilities, that's usually what creates a deficit. Many local governments in the state and in the United States, the minute you bring on all those liabilities, it does create a deficit. So that's pretty normal. You have certain estimates in this statement. One of those estimates is your net pension liability, so your PERS liability. Another one is, we call it the OPEB liability, other post-employment benefits. So health insurance for retirees. Another estimate is your compensated absences, vacation and sick. Your net pension liability, so the PERS liability, is about $111 million. Up a couple $1 million from the previous fiscal year of $109 million. So you get a proportionate share of the state's pension liability. Your proportionate share is 0.81932% of the entire state's. So that's what makes up that $111 million liability. That liability is based on an actuarial valuation that the state performs, or that the PERS system performs. Your other significant estimate, like I said, is the other post-employment benefit liability, so your retiree health insurance. That liability is $148 million. That is also based on an actuarial valuation that the district actually pays for. And it actually went down about $11 million from the previous fiscal year. So as I said, your net position is a deficit 17 million. The previous year was a deficit 28 million. And you're like, well, what made up that $11 million difference? All your capital assets. So this year you started all the construction for the Owyhee School. And you spent about $10 million of the first half of that state funding that you received. You received about $34 million last year. You received it 6/30/20, this fiscal year ending 6/30/24. This year you spent about $10 million of that $34 million. And you have about $20 million left of that $34 million as of June 30th, 2025. Your cash and investments actually went down. In total, it's about $57 million. It was $61 million in the previous fiscal year. 20 million of that is restricted for, most of that is the Owyhee School. It's restricted cash. We're gonna go all the way to page 38. So these are your notes to your financial statements.
Terry, I apologize
Yes.
for interrupting.
Yes.
You'd indicated, if I heard right, you indicated that our net deficit was reduced by about 11 million. And much of that was because of the assets on the other side. I want to clarify, does that mean, and you said that we have about 20 million in restricted cash for Owyhee. That does not mean that when that 20 million is spent, we're going to be positive 3 million at the bottom, right? There's not a direct correlation, because what I'm concerned with is that people are going to hear, we were at 28 million, we shaved 11 million off because of assets. When we finish with the Owyhee, great, we're going to be in the black.
So when you spend that 20 million, it's just going to move down into capital assets, but you're going to start depreciating that asset. So it'll slowly erode that balance, but it will increase your net position some, but when you take depreciation into account, it's not going to be dollar for dollar.
Thank you. I just wanted that clarification. I appreciate it.
All right, so page 38, and then we'll get into your different fund financial statements. At the bottom of page 38, one of the requirements that we are supposed to do as part of the audit is we have to show compliance with Nevada revised statutes and Nevada Administrative Code. So at the bottom of that page, we did have several funds that your expenditures exceeded what you had budgeted. In the general fund under regular programs, you exceeded budget by about $906,000. In the building and sites fund, you exceeded budget by $36,000. Capital improvement fund, small amount, $270. The self-insurance fund, you exceeded it by $171,000. And the unemployment compensation fund by about $13,000. I think a district your size, you probably know over the years, it's hard not to be in a budget violation. I think the biggest one was that $906,000. I think when you first did your budget, you had augmented out of ending fund balance, and the state came back and said, you can't do that. And I think you just tried to make where one function was over and not several different functions. So that's what created the $906,000 over expenditure. You'll have to respond to the state and say, we over expended because of this reason, and this is what we're going to do in the future to try to correct that. Next page, we did have several funds that had deficit cash balances at the end of the year, which is technically an interfund loan. So when you have a fund that doesn't have enough cash to pay all of its bills, they're basically borrowing money from another fund. And when that happens, the board is supposed to adopt a resolution for an interfund loan that can go up to a year. And you had several funds that had deficits, and your interfund loan either wasn't approved or it wasn't approved for enough. One of those was your health insurance fund. I think you approved up to $1 million, and and you actually have a $4.4 million interfund loan. And then the federal fund had a $1.4 million interfund loan, and your adult education had a $14,000 interfund loan. So that's actually in violation of the state statute when you don't have that approved by the board. And then you also had several funds with a deficit fund balance. So that means at the end of the year, your ending fund balance was a deficit number. Federal fund by about $98,000. Most of that, it's timing difference on when you're receiving the grants. The food service fund was about $276,000. And the self-insured health insurance fund had a deficit of $7.5 million. And we'll kind of get into that fund and that deficit here in just a few moments.
Terry, if I can interrupt again.
Yes.
The timing of public hearings for interfund loans I know that there are some things that are restricted and we can only, Kathy can only ask us certain things during certain times of the year. Is this part of that, or can this be asked at any point in the time, any point of the year for these, the loans that we approve?
I think what happened there is, I think Cassie came to you in June and she looked at what had deficit cash balances and asked for the interfund loan. By the time you did all of your year-end transactions, it was just larger in some of the funds than you had originally anticipated. And yes, it has to be done prior to June 30th.
Okay, thank you.
And some of them were done and you didn't even need it. And then others, just with year-end activity, created the interfund loan. All right, page 64. Page 64 is the very last page of your general fund. So your general fund is your main operating fund of the district. When we put together these financial statements, we have a materiality level that we look at, and we divide your financial statements into major funds. So tonight, we're just gonna go through those. There's 5 major funds, and we're gonna go through those. General fund is always a major fund. So your main operating fund of the district, you ended the year with $4.8 million in ending fund balance in the general fund. You had projected in your budget that you would have a $13 million ending fund balance. So you were below budget by about $8.5 million. Revenues, very consistent with the prior year. You had about $120 million in revenues this year and $120 million in revenue in fiscal year 24. But your revenues actually came in $7.3 million under budget. So if I'm kind of going to be flipping between page 61 and 64. If you look on page 61, you'll see your total revenues were $120 million. You budgeted $127 million. So you were $7.3 million under where you budgeted. Impact aid on page 61, prior year was about 2.9, almost $3 million. This year it was 1.9 million. There was an issue with reporting when they came in and the grantor did an audit of impact aid funds. I think some of the reporting wasn't maintained and they didn't allow certain students. So it was a loss of about $1 million in impact aid. Your expenditures were $113 million this past fiscal year. They were $109 million in fiscal year 24. And you were within $1.8 million of where you budgeted. You budgeted $115 million and you came in, like I said, at $113 million. So many times you guys have heard me say over the years that you'd never want to let your ending fund balance fall below 8.3% of expenditures. 8.3% is 1/12. So it's just you want to have enough cash for 1 month's worth of expenditures to be able to pay your bills if your revenues aren't coming in, if they come in a little bit slower. You're actually at about 4.3%, 4.27% actually this fiscal year. I think most of the result of your ending fund balance being much less than what you had anticipated is you actually transferred out about $14 million to other funds. You transferred out more to your special education fund. You transferred out more to your health insurance fund. So that kind of dived into that ending fund balance and made that go down quite substantially. So I think, and probably Cassie's next on the agenda, and you're probably going to talk about ways to try to get that ending fund balance where you're going to go back up and try to get, at least above that 8.3% and try to build that ending fund balance back. All right,
Terry,
next page.
I apologize, sorry.
No, you're fine, Matt.
$7 million of a budget difference or budget variance for 7.4 million, whatever that is. But I just want to also point out almost all of that was because of a pupil-centered funding program issue. And so when somebody hears $7 million, how do you miss a budget by $7 million? I want to make it clear that this was the state saying, here's what target you need to hit, and then after the fact saying, oh, but these students don't count. Basically, am I correct on that, Cassie and Terry?
I think as your pupil number goes down, that impacts you get basically $11,000 per pupil. And as that number starts to go down, I think 250 students is about $2.7 million, $2.5 million. So yes, that has an impact. And when you budget, you're also anticipating how many students you're going to have. And if the students come in lesser than what you budgeted, that's going to impact your per pupil count.
And if I understand correctly from a previous report, we are required to use a specific number that the state is giving us. And if the state is off on that, then there's not much we can do, correct? Okay, as Cassie nods her head, yes, thank you. I just wanted to, again, it's important that going back to CJ's normal, discussion, I want to make sure that the public understands this is where this situation is coming from. Thank you.
And I actually completely agreed with what CJ had said earlier, as, spending in your general fund versus your capital improvement fund, they're different buckets of money. So sometimes you're right, you don't want to give up the buses if it's in one bucket of money because you can't replace it with other types of costs. So he was absolutely right in saying that. So, all right, page 65. Page 65. This is another major fund. So this is your special education, your SPED fund. And you ended the year with $23,000 in ending fund balance. This one, usually your expenses in most cases kind of mirror your revenues in this fund because you transfer in monies from the general fund to make up any difference. You actually transferred in $8.1 million this year. It was $6.5 million in the previous year. So your special education costs did go up, and your transfers that came from the general fund to cover those costs actually went up as well. Okay, the next page, this is the beginning of the federal fund. So these are all of your federal grant funds coming in. And in most cases, revenues are going to equal expenditures. So we're going to go to page 69. And this fund, you ended the year with a deficit $98,000. That's probably timing differences on when you're getting those grant funds versus when you're incurring the expenditure. So they're usually close to break even. Like the previous year, it was $80,000 over, and this year you're $94,000 under. But it's all grant related, and just the timing of those types of funds. So your total grant funds this year were about $6 million. The previous year it was $8.2 million. All those COVID funds, you're no longer ESSER, that COVID relating funding was over in the previous fiscal year, and you're not seeing those come in the current year. So that was the big change there. All right, page 70 and 71, this is your state grant fund. So this is the fund that you are building the Owyhee school out of. So if you look at the top of page 70, your revenues in the previous year were $6 million. This year, they're $14.7 million. The majority of that is you're recognizing that revenue for the Owyhee school grant as you're spending those funds. If we look on page 71, towards the end of the page, you spent $10 $10.1 million, almost 10.2 on the Owyhee school. And you ended the year with $2.3 million in ending fund balance in that fund. That's the 2 years worth of interest. If I add up your interest from the 34 million, last year it was in fiscal year 24, it was $1.1 million. And this year it's about $1.2 million. That's your ending fund balance. And those interest funds you're restricting for the Owyhee School project. Okay, now the last major fund is on page 77. This is your capital improvement fund, PAYGO. And many of you refer to it as PAYGO. So this fiscal year, you started to get you received that 20-cent property tax back. We didn't have that in FY24. And now you're getting that again in FY25. So you had about $6.1 million in revenue coming into that fund. And you spent about $7.3 million on all your capital projects. So kind of going back to what CJ had talked about. If you have a capital project, more than likely it's going to come out of this fund. It's not going to come out of the general fund. Two different pots of money. And that 20 cents can only be used on capital projects. You can't use it on other types of costs. So you ended the year with about $13.5 million in ending fund balance. So nice to see that you have some funds coming in there that you can do these projects that are much needed within the district. All right, we're almost to the end. Page 96.
Actually, Terry, I apologize.
Nope, that's fine, Matt.
And the bottom of page 77, ending of 24, we were at 16.7. None of that was the AB 519 funding.
All of that's in the state fund. That's Owyhee, right? 519.
Sorry, yes, but the 20 cents.
The 20, okay.
is attached to that 519. So I should have clarified. So I apologize. So this is so all of this was the previous PAYGO.
Correct.
Then
And
we
now it's the
increased
20.
it
20
with
cents.
the revenues of the 4.9.
That's
ad
the 20
valorem.
cents.
Okay.
Yep. No, it is not any of the $34 million. All of that is in the state fund. This is all the 20 cents that the county holds until you incur those costs.
Okay, just looking at, because I know that there are some separations that we have to keep, not only within funds, but within this fund also, we have previous PAYGO and then the new ad valorem. And that's how I'll define it, since you have it defined as that.
Your previous PAYGO is probably the FY24 ending fund balance, 14.6.
Right, and that's what I was trying to clarify.
And then this year, you're right, the 6 million is the 20 cents coming in.
And only the ad valorem for Cassie and Matt, for the Stalkies, only the ad valorem can be matched. Okay.
Correct.
So again, I want to clarify with the community that we don't get to match $13 million tomorrow. We've got to be aware of what these numbers mean, because I don't want somebody to say, oh, well, you got all kinds of money. No, we don't. Only some of this can be matched.
So the 4.9 ad valorem tax and probably the net proceeds. The investment earnings, probably not. It would just be 5.1 million.
Thank you.
That would be, but I would agree with that, right?
It's just the ad valorem tax, not even the net proceeds.
Not proceeds, okay.
They can be matched. Okay. Great. Sorry,
So
not
the
trying to
4.9.
drag the meeting on. Just want to
Great
clarify. Thank you.
questions. Okay, now we're going to jump to page 96. The fund nobody wants to talk about, me included. So this is your self-insurance fund. FY24, you ended the year with a $6.7 million deficit in your self-insurance fund. You did increase premiums that went into effect August 25, so just a few months ago, which are generating, you're anticipating that will generate about $2 million extra premiums a year going into this fund. So for 6/30/25, expenses came in over budget. Expenses came in at 23 million, but you still ended up with a you grew your deficit in that fund by $115,000. So it increased the deficit in that fund by $7.5 million. Very happy to see that you raised rates and we're trying to, try to replenish that fund, and that's great news. I still worry about this fund because if you have a $4.8 million ending fund balance in your general fund, the general fund really doesn't have a whole lot more they can give this fund. This last fiscal year, they gave it $5.5 million extra money. And you don't have enough to give them another $5.5 million from the general fund and those extra money and extra funds. It would create a deficit in your general fund if you did that. So I just, as you're going through your budget process, just continue to look at your rates or your premiums that you're charging and and try to work on replenishing this fund. And I think we all know health insurance costs are skyrocketing. It's just, we just got to keep monitoring it because you just don't have the funds where you can keep transferring money into the health insurance fund.
So Terry, at the top of 96, between the actual amount, which is the middle column, and the far right column, actual of 2024, our income, our revenues were reduced by almost $1 million, $900,000, which is just shy of the increase of our deficit. Am I reading that correct?
But you transferred in, go down a little bit further, 5.5.
Right.
So you transferred in, so if you add the 16.9 and the 5.5, you transfer, the money coming in was about 22 million and your expenses were 23 million. I think hopefully that's going to come up where your transfers go down and your premiums are going to go up. And hopefully that will start whittling away that deficit. I think this is the first time, Kath, you were looking at some of the numbers that you actually haven't had to give additional funds this year. You only had to pay the premiums.
Since rates increased, I haven't had to transfer in funds to that account since we increased funds.
Which is awesome.
Cassie, when you talk, just for Jeff, so he can hear you. Yeah, you probably better. I've listened to meetings on
Good point.
Zoom,
Thank you.
and it's hard when you can't hear who's in the audience saying something.
So Jeff, just to catch up there, Cassie just said that since August, we've not had to transfer any additional money into this fund from the general fund. Thank you.
Right. I've been following along the whole time. I'm with you.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right. It does help with having the microphone. It makes it much louder.
And in FY25, I think every month you had an additional amount transferred in. So great news. And we just need to, try to work on building that fund back and not have to increase money coming from the general fund and to the self-insurance fund. All right, page 108. So another part of our audit process is as we go through the audit, we find things. We find things on every client, and then we're required to report it to the board. We call it journal entries or some sort of control deficiency. Every one of these journal entries that we found as part of the audit process were all year-end transactions. That we did not have any issues whatsoever with day-to-day transactions. It's all the one-time things that you have to record on June 30th. So that's a good thing. You're not used to recording those except every 12 months. So I think that those were the majority of our entries. A lot of those were related to cash. I was very, very happy to see cash was reconciled timely every month. And all of our issues with cash were relating to June 30th entries as you were recording those June 30th transactions that just didn't get recorded correctly. And I think it's because it's only done once a year. And things happen, you know, the close doesn't go as well as you want, period 13 transactions just didn't hit the right place. So that's what all of these are relating to. So the first page, there was a prior year deficit ending fund balance, and that was reversed through expenditures. Usually don't do that, so we reversed that transaction. Health insurance fund, making sure those premiums versus interfund loans were recording correctly. We had some entries relating to those. We had some entries relating to the interfund loans and interfund receivable payables that weren't recorded correctly. There was a couple of prior year accounts payables that just didn't get reversed. And then there was current year retainage on your construction projects that didn't get recorded as an accounts payable. We had where all of the buses just didn't get properly recorded and capitalized for about $570,000. Same thing, opening, construction in progress, and putting those items into service didn't get recorded correctly. And then relate on bottom of page 109, going to the top of page 110, the period 13 transactions like receivables, payables, all hit cash versus an accounts receivable or an accounts payable, which caused cash to be out of balance. So it was in balance every month of the year until June, when all of those transactions are recorded. So we had to go in and reverse and try to correct those transactions. For receivables, for the health insurance payment, and then there was a $250,000 health insurance transfer that was recorded one side and not the other, so it caused cash to be out of balance. And then the very last thing on page 110, we also performed a single audit. You don't see the single audit as part of this financial statement. The federal government did not issue what we call a grant compliance supplement. They issue that every year. They usually issue it in the summer. Well, it was just issued last Wednesday. So every single audit in the United States with a June 30 year end could not be issued until that grant compliance supplement was released. They just released it on Wednesday. The school district made the determination, we don't want to wait for our financial statement audit for when that grant compliance supplement is going to be released. So I will be back probably in another month, maybe 2 months, to issue the single audit. But one of the requirements of the single audit was that your schedule of expenditures of federal awards is put together properly. And we just had where there were three very small programs that just weren't included properly on that schedule of expenditures of federal awards, and we're required to report that. Very last thing, the letter.
Sorry.
Yep, that's all right,
before we
man.
go too far there, Terry.
You're good.
Are we going to see the CIFA violations on our single audit as well?
And then when we give you the single audit, then you're going to have the major program violations will be reported there.
Okay.
But the CIFA violation gets reported in a different place.
Okay.
So you'll see this same report, plus we'll be adding the single audit findings and the CIFA to it.
Okay. I just want to, again,
And
clarify that that doesn't mean there are additional issues. It's something we've already discussed.
We'll be adding those single audit findings to it. And if I remember correctly, there were near as many findings as we've had in the previous year. That I recall. So yes, we'll be back in a month and you'll have 2 audit reports. Most everything that's in this letter, we just went through. I say, these are your financial statements, my audit opinion. We went through what your significant estimates were, and we go through what your findings were. And that's what's included in this letter. And I am more than happy to entertain any questions. I know it's a large document. It's a lot of information. Happy to sit down and walk through it with anybody one-on-one, because I know I do it every day and you're like, I don't even know what's in here. It's just thinking in a different way. But I'm happy, like I say, one-on-one to go through any questions and walk through the differences. And Matt, I always enjoy your questions. So
You're the only one?
Nope, I enjoy you always have great questions. I know a lot of thought goes into those.
I appreciate you and your team putting this together. Thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Happy to entertain a motion. 3.04, would we like to accept the audit as presented?
I move that we accept the audit as presented.
Further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye as well. Motion passes. Again, Terry, thank you.
Thank you, and to Cassie and her team. You guys make our lives a little bit easier. You're you're great to work with. We enjoy it. We enjoy all our interactions, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This time we'll move to 3.05, which is receipt, review, and possible approval of resolutions to augment the budget to the general fund, the EL weighted fund, the gifted and talented fund, the at-risk weighted fund, the SB 231 fund, the state fund, special education fund, gift and donations fund, E-rate fund, Medicaid fund, food service fund, building and sites fund, capital improvement fund scholarship, private trust fund for the 2025-2026 school district budget. Ms. Dahlke, before you begin, thank you for you and your team for your work on the budget. To get through an entire year and have the issues that were raised because of year-end balancing is a testament to your professionalism, to your ability, to your attention to detail. And personally, I greatly appreciate your efforts on that. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, considering I am not a CPA like Terry. And I want to thank Terry for getting the audit together so I was able to complete the December augment in time. Give me 1 second. Sorry, half my screen is only showing there. Okay. So tonight I'm going to talk about the augmentation, and then I'll go in from that into the fiscal health of the district. As most of you know, every December, by the end of December, we have to augment our budget. This is the time where we can actually look at our audited financial statements, figure out what our accurate ending fund balances are, and then adjust any revenues, either decreasing or increasing, and then looking at projections. We're also able to do another augment by the end of June, but this is kind of where we get an accurate number to keep moving on throughout the fiscal year. So our ending funding balance, like Terry stated, decreased to 4.8 million. And like she said, this was mainly because of transfers to special education as well as the transfers to our insurance fund. We did have the revenue decrease. I'll just kind of go through this quickly since you heard it, and mainly due because of the PCFP formula. And to go into that, as I'm learning the position, when I initially received the PCFP spreadsheet, I was going off of a number of the projected enrollment, not the actual audited daily enrollment. So those two numbers were quite different. And then as we've gone through our first true up, the number that I was initially using was about 9,300 students. And right now I think we are at 8,800 students. So in order to go through that with the revenue decrease of 7 million, I also had to take in consideration that I had less of an ending fund balance to use as well. I removed $1 million in our contingency and I brought that to 0. That was our kind of our safety net for anything that's supposed to come up throughout the year. I also decreased transfers by 4.6 million. The majority of that was due to that I think we're going to have a little bit of savings in the insurance fund because of our premium increases, as well as decreasing special education, because when I was looking at the projections, it was going to increase about another almost 20%. So I tried to keep expenditures flat, We do have a maintenance of effort with the state of Nevada where we are required to not reduce our expenditures in special ed. But we are able to, there are different waivers that we can complete, and one of those is if we have declining enrollment. I pretty much kept it at the flat level, so we should not be in violation of that for the upcoming, for this fiscal year compared to last year. Trying to get the budget balanced, I completely had to deplete our ending fund balance, so it is at 0 right now. This will be turned in tomorrow, and then we will hear back from taxation on what we'll have to do, but most likely we'll have to come with some sort of corrective action and a plan to how to mitigate this and get us back to the correct percentage.
Cassie, what is the timeline for the corrective action? And is that something?
I'm not sure of that. I was trying to get a hold of our representative from taxation, but it was Thanksgiving week. So.
Okay. And is that something that's going to come back before us?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll go into that a little bit more in the presentation. So our special education ending fund balance increased by 23,000. And like Terry said, that was just me transferring funds in there a little bit more than what I needed to, and probably some ending period 13 transactions that were hitting at the same time. Our expenditures were over budgeted by $500,000 in FY25, which resulted in a larger transfer in. This also increases, like I said, the obligation of the district to continue funding at this amount. So as we increase, the state expects us to continue at that level or a higher level for the maintenance of effort. This year, I've decreased the transfer and the expenditures by 1.9 million in sped. And that would be bringing it from what we initially projected down to what we expended in FY25. And then I left the projected ending fund balance the same. Food services, our expenditures exceeded revenues in FY25. We completely went through our ending fund balance. So we had over $900,000 in our ending fund balance in FY24. We went through that and we have a deficit fund balance of $250,000 plus. Our revenue was budgeted at 5.1, and expenditures are also budgeted at 5.1. And a transfer in required an increase by 783. So the total transfer that we're bringing from the general fund into our food service fund is 3.4 million. Buildings and sites, we've increased expenditures by 135,000, and I'll go into that a little bit. Our beginning fund balance decreased by 114,000. A lot of that is because we've just been moving maintenance and a few items from our pay-as-you-go funds, our capital improvement funds, back to our buildings and sites. Our ending fund balance is budgeted to decrease by $250,000. And our final budgeted ending fund balance is at 1.8 million for FY26. For FY26, these are the total transfers. So from the general fund, I'm going to be pulling 16.4 million, almost 16 and a half. 3.4 will go to the food service, 134,000 to Medicaid, 141,000 to E-rate, 7.5 million to SPED, and then 5.2 to the insurance fund, which that is the amount that I've already had to transfer just from July to the August amount were the premiums, because we didn't actually see those premiums hit the bank until September. So that was 2 months of the transfers that were needed to sustain the fund. So I'm just going to go through some trends so you can kind of see how we've been moving over the past few years. Our enrollments in FY20, we had 9,978 students. Right now, it's about 8,900 students. So, and we're projecting our enrollment to continue decreasing about 1% more per year for the next several years. A lot of this has to do with the number of students that are going into homeschool. Another thing, people are having less children these days. Also, we've had a couple more charter schools, but within our city, that's not really a huge fluctuation of those students that are going there just because there's a cap on the amount of students that they could actually have enrolled. So enrollment will have decreased by up to 1,086 students, 11% decrease since FY20.
Cassie, I don't know if you know the answer to this, but when you're talking about the charter schools and homeschool, do we see more of the homeschool students going to the charter schools, or are we losing more students?
I have a slide about that.
Okay, thank you.
So here's the homeschool enrollments. We do track them. Unfortunately, I found out the state has not been tracking them. So we do have to, the families do have to notify us that their student is going to be enrolled in homeschool. And the numbers that I've used are just the students that we've had at Elko County School District that have went to homeschool. If you look at the number of students that are within the county, there's people that maybe families have moved in and they've had to notify us that they're going to homeschool. So the numbers that we actually have on our spreadsheet are much higher. But these are students that were once one of ours that have transitioned out. So in FY22, we're about 218. FY25, 389 students have already left. So that's in addition to who the year before. And as of when I put this together at the end of October, we already had 192 students that have enrolled in a homeschool program.
Do we ask them why they're switching to either homeschool or an online program? Because they just don't want to tell you, or they think it's none of our business, that kind of thing?
So Jeff, just to let you know, Ray Smith responded that we're starting to track that.
Are you using, where's the 1% come from? Are you using that from something otherwise?
Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Okay, so you're finding it off of there? Because recently I just saw that it was actually higher than that. We're actually, they're anticipating that it's gonna be 10 to 11% in the next.
Yeah, I was using BLS and census data, so it can definitely, I'm not sure where you saw that source, but.
No, I can find it and give it to you if you want. I mean, I don't know what you can officially use, so it might even be a moot point, but I was just wondering where you got that too.
So Cassie, on that screen or slide that we're looking at, all 4 of those years add up to 1,109 students. Those are the students that we've lost in 4 years to homeschool enrollments that have reported to us, but not necessarily families that have moved in and have never been part of Elko County School District.
Correct.
So not only are we not getting that enrollment from new people coming in, we continue to lose from homeschool. Okay, thank you.
I do want to caution too, though, like for the charter schools are not going to stop either. They're going to be, I mean, they're going to continue to expand as well. So it would be naive of us to just continue to talk homeschool as well. So because they continue, the new one, its goal is to go all the way to the top, is to be top to bottom, a full school. So like just be cautious, just that not to get too stuck on homeschool. And let's be honest with it, that we have charter schools as well. I mean, I know that you're gonna have a slide and that like right now that doesn't show us a huge portion of it, but just for the sake of talking there, that we don't lose out on that point.
So these are the district FTE trends. So as we see that our student population is declining, we haven't really had too many changes with the amount of FTE we have within the district. There are some fluctuations because we have had shortages with our teacher staffing. So we've had to have long-term subs. And like Terry mentioned with our GASB 101 reporting, our system is not very savvy when it comes to pulling up. So I think Cody and I worked on this for months trying to figure out accurate numbers. But as we can see that pretty much our FTE has remained flat.
And Cassie,
Yeah.
FTE being full-time employment?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah. So the budgeted enrollment that I used was the 9,500 students. In November, we are only funded for 8,982. That was our first true up. So that was a loss of 601 students. And that's how pretty much I came up with my $7 million decrease in revenues. So the ending fund balance is lower than expected, creating an additional amount above the $7 million. And then we also had since ending fund balance and then our revenues combined, that was close to almost a $15 million cut that we had to take to the budget. This is the PCFP, so the People-Centered Funding Plan, the historical true-ups. We started this in FY24. Our first quarter audit, we lost $242,000. Second quarter, $70,000. You can see that there's a trend, and we'll see it on the second quarter again in December, that's usually a little bit lower because we do see that we get more students enrolled at that time. Third quarter, we lost in FY24, $304,000, and then the fourth quarter, $232,000. So our first year in the PCFP plan, we had unbudgeted revenue loss of almost $850,000. Last year it was 900, I'm sorry, my eyes don't work that far, almost $1 million. And then so far in the first quarter true up, it's 208,000 that we've lost from those students. So the enrollment measure that they used is not actually the number of students that are sitting in a seat at the time that they pull that. How we used to have the October 1 counts and they would pull that. Josh still does that, but how they're looking at it now is they take the number of students that are actually enrolled in a school for that quarter, they divide it by the number of days there. So the total, dividing the total pupil days enrolled by the number of days in the session for the reporting period gives us our adjusted daily or average daily enrollment.
And this is the number of days for our district, not a state 5-day week.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just correct my statement earlier? So currently it's at 5.4% every year, totaling over the next 3 years to be a little higher than 11% for the homeschool transfer over.
Oh, okay.
So I just want to make sure on the record that I have that, so.
So reasons for our revenue shortfall, there's been multiple years of declining enrollment, and we haven't really been proactive or responsive at all to it. We also had a loss of federal revenue. Like Terry said, we've lost almost half of our impact aid, also with our COVID relief funds. We've also had a lack of long-term financial planning and forecasting just due to staff turnover. I know I've been here 7 years and I've seen 3 different people in my position, so it's kind of hard to be proactive. And we've also had huge changes in the way that we receive our funding that has placed a learning curve on the entire state. Also an outdated IT system. We haven't, with our current ERP system, it hasn't allowed us to have effective control with position control or budgeting. We struggle with it daily. I'm sure Terry loves us at the end of the fiscal year because it's a nightmare trying to go through it. So this slide might be a little bit confusing. I've tried to augment it a few times. So FY25 actuals, our beginning fund balance on there, we thought would be 12.2 million is what I budgeted. That was actual fund balance. I'm sorry. Revenues were about 120 million, expenditures 127. Went over by the 7. Our ending fund balance was 4.8. The initial budget that you guys approved in May, I budgeted the ending fund balance as 12.98. Revenues 140 million and expenditures 134 with an ending fund balance of 5.6. With the December augment, I'm taking the audited ending fund balance and turning that to our beginning fund balance of the 4.8, revenues of 125 million, and then expenditures of 125 million. So we're actually trying to decrease our expenditures by 2 million from our FY25 actual expenditures. So instead of just keeping our budget flat from the previous year, we're having to cut 2 million, which we still have to, even though we didn't have negotiated salary increases, we still have salary increases due to merit and longevity pay. PERS was still, we still have the PERS, and then also our health insurance premiums. Even though premiums did go up, we're actually just budgeting for those now, so the district's still highly subsidizing insurance premiums. So the changes from the actual budget to the augment budget, you can see those numbers there. But the total of the revenues where I had to do the majority of the cuts is the 15.1 million. Administration has been working for a few months now and trying to determine. We initially thought the budget was only going to have to be cut about 7 million. I've been speaking with my counterparts across the state and trying to figure out different ideas of how we can work through this. We do have an Attorney General opinion of we could possibly move our textbook adoption to capital improvement funds. That would be $2 million that would save us. I've moved 4 pre-K positions to our weighted funds, which is at-risk and EL funds, and that's an allowability there. So that saved us about $250,000 so far. We, through attrition, reduced the central nursing position for the moment, which would save us about $170,000. We've had our substitutes. If our substitutes work over 719 hours throughout the year, they are then PERS eligible and then also eligible for health insurance. So in the past, we've allowed most of our subs to go over that rate, where we then have to go back and pull their Medicare, or not their Medicare, I'm sorry, their Social Security, and then give them PERS and also health benefits. So we're capping the amount of hours that our subs can work, so they're no longer eligible for PERS. We've already put in place a travel freeze, which we hope will save about $300,000. Estimated savings, this is conservative, but I've just put in about $800,000. We're probably going to have a couple high claims we're thinking this year, just from talking to the insurance committee. So we'll see what that effect will be. The front office position, our receptionist there did get another job within the district, and instead of replacing that position, we've moved Sarah from our special services department and asked her if she'd be so kind to help out with the front desk and then also work in the SPED office. And then you'll see that the increase in expenditures to the Buildings and Sites Fund for all central office maintenance, we will be moving that from the general fund to the Buildings and Sites Fund. So our general fund does have some maintenance expenses. School sites have a Part B budget, which we did not cut, but central office also had a maintenance budget as well. So we're freezing those expenditures, and then for any of that maintenance, we're going to be moving it to Buildings and Sites, and then just using our ending fund balance there to help. This is not a long-term solution, it's just a Band-Aid at this point.
Sorry, can you talk more about the travel freeze? Like, just explain what has been frozen as far as travel goes.
So grant funding has not been frozen. Any travel that's already been booked, like the registration travel's already been purchased, we're allowing them to continue traveling. But for central office and then for the school sites, if there's any conferences or pretty much any discretionary travel that's not related to data, as well as any state mandated meetings, that travel's been frozen at this point, and they are able to request it, but it's going to be highly scrutinized at this point. So that total so far came to 4.2 million, but that still means we have about $11 million that we need to cut. My recommendation for this, though I may see areas that we can cut within our budget, I am also only one person and mainly just work in the finance, so I'm not aware of how every department works and what is important to one member within our personnel, our staff, our community, compared to another. So I've recommended the creation of a budget committee. We've already started working on this. We have requested that membership be within teachers chosen by the associations, classified members chosen by their associations, parent members that are representative from both the rural and urban areas, as well as site administrators, and then central admin and superintendent. Basically, I'd like them, as I guide them, to develop a tiered reduction plan and then finalize this plan by February. The committee will then review the data and make recommendations and then take them to the superintendent. So we have already made a list. I have additional items that I think could also be cut that I'll be taking to the committee. Our office will be busy getting them data and numbers so that way they can evaluate and see what's actually going on. But some things that are going to have to be considered are school consolidations, reduction in force and pay. Only a small percentage of our budget is actually discretionary funds. Over 90% of our budget is personnel. Looking at transportation, reduction in programming, but at the same time, our programs that we already have already been paid for the FY26 school year. We can't just pull a program from a school thinking that it's going to save money. They're already paid for. So that can be something in the future. Looking at our contracted services and as well as looking at our class size ratio. Right now, our class sizes are smaller than they have been in quite a few years. And as I've spoken with other districts, when other districts are in a bind, their staff know that class sizes do go up. So that's something else that we might need to consider.
Cassie, to be clear, school consolidation, you're suggesting that we consolidate schools? That we merge schools and close a school?
It's something that we could look at, yes.
No, that's not your recommendation, but that's saying that that's something that the committee could review.
That is something that happens when budgets are, yeah. When
Okay.
enrollment goes down and revenue is not what is projected, that is an option.
Okay. Since we're on this slide, I'm just throwing it out there. Two things on here that I don't see that I'm not going to be popular, but this is not necessarily a popular subject. There's no additional insurance increases in here.
That is one thing. We had our insurance committee yesterday, and we have been very vocal within the committee that that is going to be an annual review. We're already working with LP Insurance, and they're going to start bringing us some numbers in February to see how we can continue to build up our plan and keep it sustainable.
Okay. Second thing, when mandated increases in PERS comes through the legislature, Elko County as an entity takes a percentage of that and absorbs it. The other half, they make the employees absorb.
Not fully. Our certified staff, our teachers, the majority of our staff are 100% covered by PERS. There's only a few, mainly our paraprofessionals, some classified members. If they start, they have the option to choose if they want to be district paid or employer paid. Also, you're limited. So if you've already worked for a local government and you're contributing, you're in the PERS system, you do not have a choice. You start out and the district fully pays your PERS.
Where's that mandated at? Is that at the federal level? The state level? Is that?
I'm assuming state, but I don't have that information. I can find out.
If you could, because if Elko County as an entity can do that, and I'm sure we have employees in Elko County that are from other government agencies, we should be able to consider that as well. If we were to...
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. Consider
not paying 100% of PERS. If we paid, for example, Elko County, I think in this last legislative session, there was a 3% increase. as an employee of Elko County, my salary was reduced by 1.5% because Elko County didn't pay that 1.5%. Well, in reality, they did. They paid it.
We
but
have
by
that
doing
option
that, they
as well
reduced
for the
my salary.
50-50 people. We do have that option.
Can that possibly be added on here as review as well? Those two items are what I'm missing seeing on here, insurance and PERS.
Okay.
Just again, to continue to look at everything we can.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And again, I'm just one, but if we're still in the development of this, things to potentially look at.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. As we work through the committee, we also have a hierarchy of needs. We want to ensure that our students, everything that we are paying for is directly supporting instruction to our students, and then aligning to our strategic plan. As you move down, you can see the hierarchy of needs. So we start with instruction, and then we go down to support to schools and teachers. We need to directly maintain the health and safety. Central office services that are directly tied to specific legal mandates or to maintain compliance, self-supported programs, or create operational efficiencies. We need to look at the central, like obviously the hierarchy needs central office services that are discretionary. Pilot programs should not be considered. Programs that are duplicative to others or have outlived their usefulness are also shouldn't be considered moving forward, or as we review prior expenditures that we've continued on for the past few years. Recommendations that I'm also giving, one is the committee, which we've already moved on. Another is a hiring freeze. Also looking at staffing evaluation matrix that my office will be completing for the budget committee, where we can look at the schools and position control, how many staff we have at each school, and compare that to the number of students that we're servicing, and then reviewing the vacancies for FY27 and class size ratios.
I am going to point out that number one, on the committee, it has board members on there. And I talked to CJ and Cassie about it earlier, just about how we have decided as a board not to have board members on any committees that aren't mandated by like the state or anything like that. So anyways, on the other slide that talked about the committee, we weren't on there, and on this one we are, but we're not.
Any questions?
How is this looking? You're in the sector of finance for these. How's this looking across the state? Like, is this a state problem? Have we overextended ourselves? Or
So I'm sure that my colleagues are annoyed with me because I usually send an article about once a week. Douglas County, if you haven't read the news, they've went completely deficit in their general fund this last fiscal year, and they're projecting to do that again. Washoe County School District has a revenue loss and a deficit that they're also cutting. It's a statewide thing. We're hoping that the Commission on School Funding is going to be looking at the hold harmless provisions, because it's very difficult to budget right now as enrollment is decreasing throughout the state when we're thinking that our numbers are going to be here. When over 90% of our budget is personnel and we have to start cutting mid-year, it's extremely difficult to do that. And at that point, you're hurting people's livelihoods. So we want to make sure that we get to a different formula where it's actually still transparent, but we're able to work with it and actually have predictions going further.
just because I have the mic, Mr. Anderson, is anyone talking? Like is there any action? I mean, talk is cheap. So is there any action from the state level that you've seen in some of the organizations you're part of, talking to other superintendents?
There's lots of talking, and it was I almost said, but there's no listening. I don't want to be that cynical. There has been no evidence of action on the source of funding or from those who make those decisions to alleviate these burdens in any way that I can really tell. So, but yes, we are constantly, as a superintendent's organization, going to ND, going to, we placed Cassie, thankfully, on the Commission on School Funding amidst the many things she does for us. She also represents a lot of all of our rural counties and brings that voice. So trying to really hit home.
I'm going to interrupt you, but one thing I noticed, and I've already been advocating for, one, the state, like I said, wasn't tracking homeschool, which I brought that up. Another thing that I noticed is they have a worksheet, and they have been noticing that everyone has been going into their ending fund balance. But what I found surprising was our ending fund balance from them was 48 million. And when I started asking about it, they were taking into account our state fund, our capital improvement fund, and our general fund. So they had the money from Owyhee in there, and then all of the previous tax revenue we received from the pay-as-you-go. So
Money
I
which can't be
mentioned-
used
which
for
are
what
res-
we need.
which are
we just talked about
restricted,
through the whole meeting.
which are
so.
restricted. So even though those are slightly going down, if they were to see my presentation tonight, they're far from accurate.
Absolutely.
And to expand, you asked, is this a state problem? The answer is yes, and it's a national problem. There are some pockets where it's going okay and it's not declining, but for the most part, this is the boat everybody's in.
Is it possible to ask either Gur or Allison to be on this committee? Because they might need to know more about the pupil-centered funding plan, and it might be, or at least them being aware of this committee to keep them posted on it. Just a thought.
Sure, we can talk about it.
I got another question. So is there anything locally we can do? Like, is there anything where we can, for lack of a better word, let's just say fundraise, right? I'm not saying we gotta have is there anything locally that the district as an organization can do or can partner with a local governmental agency to try and clear some of it up? Or does it all have to come from the state and we just get whatever gutter feed we're giving?
It's a great question, Josh. I feel like there's probably little that can be done from a local standpoint to alleviate these issues. I think.
I mean, say like a donation, right? Like a super rich uncle donates money.
Sure.
You have a super rich
I really
uncle, we'll
don't.
take
No.
it.
No.
If you know someone
Matter of
that'll-
fact, my nieces and nephew call me that, and I'm really not. So I do well, but not that, but not enough to save the district for sure. No, I'm so sorry. I do not.
Say Crumble Cookie in Utah, they
Yeah.
paid off all of the
School lunches.
School lunches, yep.
If that happened, we would be very grateful.
But we have organizations that do it too. I mean, like let's be honest. I mean, look at NGM throwing money at things too as well. So I don't want to discount businesses that aren't doing. There are plenty doing things, and the need is great. I'm just asking. I don't know
think the
anything.
magnitude of the need right now is.
Yeah. And what we're seeing here, if I don't know, I had noticed the trend, but what we see with a lot of these things is the maybe eventual assistance you get or the eventual corrections we get are almost always years behind, like we talk about. When we're talking about transportation, it's a 5-year rolling average. So if you stunk at it 5 years ago, it's going to take you 5 years to get to a good spot. Our SPED revenues that we get those 2 years down the line based off of what we spent for this year for SPED. So if it was, Ken showed those numbers increasing, well, that's why we're having to transfer out of the general fund a bunch, is because we have higher needs and more severe needs. We have to transfer out for those things. And we will, like the kids that are in the classrooms right now that we're having to transfer money out for right now, that money will show up in 2 years, which is obviously super helpful. And I don't know the solution to it, and I'm not trying to be too, but like that's the reality. And then if we want anything, well, legislative session's over. Not that I count on a legislative session to solve our problems, but like that stuff gets, it's like, well, we're going to do this. We're going to add this to the budget. We'll do that. And then it doesn't come for like the Owyhee bill, for example. It was like 2 years before any of that money showed up, and here we are working and expending money to try to, do design work and whatever. So that, the delays are always there, which is why, to Terry's point and to, every fiscally minded person's point, you don't want to be pushing the end of your ending fund balance, right? You want to have a month, you want to have a couple months of expenditures when at all possible. But as that bar has just continued to move, you can go back to when the PCFP changed, and almost like clockwork, from the moment they changed that to make it more equitable across the state, there are certain districts, and I love the leaders of those districts, so I'm not going to defame anybody, or because it's not their fault. They're just doing what the state gave them. But there are districts that benefit, and then there are districts that are definitely at a loss because of this. And
Absolutely.
so basically from the time the PCFP changed to now, and then when you throw in the declining enrollment that Cassie went ad nauseum explained, like, it's just, we're constantly trying to figure ways to try to make up for all these hits that come, but it's always delayed response. And so we're always just trying to keep up.
Drowning.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Anderson.
The answer to your question is no. I don't think there's anything our county can do. I mean, you can enroll your kids in public school and be part of the solution. That's a greater conversation, and we can talk about how to work together to educate our kids well in our community. But greater conversation.
Okay. This is not indicative of what we need to do. This is a person who has decades of management experience looking at hard choices and having to have made hard choices in the past. 90% of our expenses are labor. I don't think we're going to find a rich uncle. So expenses being cut is kind of where we're going to have to look. If I'm looking at the numbers correctly, roughly we were at 9,760 60 students in FY22 versus 9,040 in FY25. A drop of about 7%. Our FTE in that same time increased by 2. And if it had dropped by 7%, it'd be 87 employees. If we were at about 100,000 an employee, $8 to $9 million, 86 employees under a school consolidation, looking at the numbers that we have, taking our 2 largest areas that really you can't close wells. So Spring Creek and Elko. This is not indicative. I'm not trying to call out any administrators or teachers or anyone else at these schools. The smallest school in Elko with an FTE is Grammar. Consolidate that, and that saves less than half of the FTE. So then we move to Spring Creek. Sage Elementary and Spring Creek Elementary both have 43. Consolidate one of them. We still are not at 86 FTE. Take 10% of all supportive services, 5% of all supportive services, building operations, central food service, mail service, professional development, transportation department, and central office, and we get to close to 87. Or we say 15% of central office is gone and the others stay whole. That's the reality that we're looking at if I'm understanding the numbers correctly. I'm throwing that out there because this is what the district is facing. Elko citizens, I think you seriously need to be prepared that in 5 months, 4 months, when we get the budget for FY27, there will be at least one school consolidation. Spring Creek residents, be prepared. There may be a school consolidation on your end as well. We don't have 87 people to lose without consolidating. And that means services are going to go down. That's just the reality of where we are. I don't see a rich uncle coming to save us. I don't see the state having the functionality to be able to save us, let alone the willingness to. I don't see another way. So I'm just throwing it out there. I don't see a solution. Cassie, I appreciate your presentation. This is not you. I know that it's really easy to get mad at the budget person and at the CFO and, oh, it's, you know, the numbers are wrong. Apparently the numbers at the state level are wrong, but we've been seeing this and you've been, you know, the canary in the mine for a while now. I do have one thing going back to the budget committee. I think you had said on membership, you were looking at central administration and possibly the superintendent. I would perhaps encourage the superintendent not to be part of this, because if the recommendations are going to be going back to the superintendent.
I'm not.
Okay.
She did say it, but
Okay.
I'm not. No, you're okay.
Perfect.
The intention, exactly along the lines of what you're saying, is I would sort of talk to everyone, say this is what your task is, and then some of my directors and Cassie obviously would be there to help guide the conversations, but I would, similar to why it would be, why we've talked about, maybe inappropriate is the wrong word, but why it's not the best scenario for you all to be in there, it's the same for me, and if they're gonna make recommendations to me, I will. I will probably go in by invitation if people wanna ask questions or kind of get a feel for something so they can deliberate and make decisions, then I'll be there as needed, but I will not be sitting in on all those meetings. That's the intention.
Okay. This board has basically three functions. Hire the person that sits over there, review policy and enact policy, and doing what we've just spent an hour and a half doing, financials. So it's going to come back to this board to support the district the best we can, support our CFO the best that we can, but to make the hard decision of how do we balance the budget. And that may mean going back and saying, Stolke, thank you, but you need to cut more. And that's the reality of where we are. So what a way to, you know, end the meeting. Is there anything further for Cassie before we move to any action on this item?
I just want to, just words of encouragement, you know, sometimes I ask hard questions because I think you can handle them. That's really why. And I mean that as like total positivity in what it is. And I appreciate your feedback in it. This is awful. And we've said it's been awful and you still stepped up to it. Thank you so much for all the work your team is doing. Thanks for having the strength to do what we need to do. I just hope that we can continue that trend across the district so that we can stay open and we can take care of these children. So I appreciate your effort and your strength in this.
Thanks.
Okay, then at this time, I'm going to entertain a motion to approve the resolution to augment the budgets of the funds listed in 3.05.
Do I need to read the whole thing off? Okay,
I don't think you have to read the whole thing off, just,
Okay.
yeah.
I move to approve 3.05, agenda item 3.05.
Okay, so motion on the table is to approve the resolutions to augment the budgets listed in 3.05. Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? With the proper motion and second, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye as well. Motion passes. And thank you, Josh. Yes, we can get through this, but it is going to be difficult. With that, 4.01. Mr. Anderson, last time for reports from you for this year, hopefully. That was not indicative of the budget situation.
Last time. Well, it's been great, everybody. No, just a few things. We haven't had a lot of school days since the last time we met, but we did complete all of our SPP reviews for every one of our schools. Susan was able to pop in for some of those. Appreciated her being there and her feedback. And great job to Ray for leading that effort among all of our principals. Very, very thoughtful. And you can tell a lot of effort and work has gone into it, and they care very much about improving. I'm grateful for, I gushed a little bit about Jeff earlier, but like honestly, any one of our principals we could highlight the amazing work they're doing at their school and how much they care and put into that. So they've got great plans to try to control what they can control. As we talked about tonight, there's only so much you can control in every given situation. So focus on those things that are within your scope. So they're doing a great job, and I appreciate all that work they did. And next up, I don't think I told any of you, but for those going to the NASB conference, there's going to be a panel discussion at one of the sessions, and I'm going to be one of the panelists at that, and we're going to be highlighting. The nature of the conversation is about CTE programs and workforce preparation and partnerships, and I was asked to present on that. Presumably, I don't think it's because they think anything of me, but presumably because of the good work that our district does. So I'll be able to highlight a lot of those things that Elko County School District does in the realm of CTE and workforce preparation. It's because we do a pretty good job of that. And so, come see the panel if you want. And high five, Jeff. Thanks.
No, I was just curious if you were going to be singing again.
You're not supposed to talk about that. No plans to sing this time. No. But we can go hit up some karaoke if you want. Sing there. So that'll be good to highlight some of that great stuff we do. And then, I was going to say stuff about Ken, but Ken's not here, so I'll miss him. I'll say some nice things about him when we present him with his plaque and stuff, but it'll be tough to lose Ken. We are in the process of trying to figure out what we're going to do as far as that job at the moment. So we'll keep you posted on that as that develops, and I'll end it at that, unless you have questions for me.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Questions for our superintendent? All righty, we will move into 5.01, our NASB update from Trustee Neal.
I don't have too much except I did send an email with some updates from Tom Clark Solutions about the special session. And I think that's really it as far as that goes, except for, the conference is coming up. And just so people know, that was done in advance before our travel freeze. So I don't want people to think, hey, how come you just talked about budgets and then you guys are going somewhere? So that's it.
Great, thank you. Well, you have the mic. Do you want to do anything for 5.02 updates from our board members?
I don't really have anything except I did enjoy. I know it sounds weird to say enjoy the school performance plans, but I do enjoy listening to them and hearing the great things that they're doing. So
great. Then, Xavier, you're welcome to say something here in a minute, but I'm going to start with Trustee Dastrup and then jump to the other end of the dais and work our way backwards so you have some time to prepare if there's anything you want to say. Ms. Teresa.
Just report most of us did ethics training today. That was just riveting. Hated and want to know about that. There's all kinds of information available. And just, it's great to have a boardroom full of students. I love that. That's a great way to start out. Then we get to talk about all of the potential difficulties that we are facing as a district. But when kids are in this boardroom, when you attend their events, you know that we are here trying to do what's best for kids for a reason, because we want our kids to be able to be successful, whether they stay here and work, whether they go somewhere else, whatever they do. It's just a good reminder that's why we're here. And we do hard things so that they can be successful. So that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Well said. Trustee Sandfield.
Well, like I said, it was an emotional meeting. A lot of good things and some bad news, but we have a lot of work to do and we can do this. I know we can. And all this conference and workshops that we do, it really helps us. And we really want to make good decisions and make this work, and we will. We will.
Thank you, Jonah. Trustee Ballard.
I like her confidence. I was gonna say, you know, I remember when I decided to run for the school board and I just thought, we need a school board who can all work together, and we need a school board that can work with the superintendent. We all need to work together for these kids, because if we continue the revolving door that has been happening in Elko County School District with people at central office and the board and the superintendent and everything, we just can't ever get anywhere, which I think leads to a lot of the problems. Is a lot of that was happening right at the same time that the funding formula was changed at the state and different things. And so I'm just grateful to work with you guys and thankful for a good board. We all can disagree but get along, and I know that we're all in it for the right reasons and for the kids, and thankful for a superintendent that works so hard to make sure that these kids all have the opportunities that they need. I was able to go out because Adriana was gone to give out some STARS awards, and that was a lot of fun. We got to go see two of the teachers and give out those awards, and so I just wanted to say thanks to Hillary for that opportunity. She invited me to go do that since Adriana was gone, and I enjoyed that. The only other thing that I wanted to say was thanks to Cassie. She's just done an incredible job, and I'm grateful for the hard work she's put in, and I love the idea of the committee being formed that's going to include teachers and parents and staff members and everything to help put a bunch more minds on this issue that we have around our budget. And I think that's a great idea, and I'm glad that they've already started implementing that, and hope that when they come back with their recommendations, we can make the decisions that are best for this district and come out on top.
Thanks, Brooke. Trustee Byers.
Sure. Yeah, so congratulations to all those students. I know I missed the beginning of the meeting there, but well represented in Elko County, so that's great. I did have some things to highlight as we go into this winter season. Folks are getting less sun, therefore they're making less vitamin D, so you should be supplementing with that. And a couple studies that I got, we're talking about, and the NIH just published about the detriment of technology and screens for kids, which will multiply during the winter months. So just be careful out there. There's a lot of stuff. And that includes the one that came out about kids 12 and under having a cell phone that will quadruple their risk for depression and obesity. So we might want to look at tech. I know we're looking at finances, but if we're trying to do what's best, that might be something to throw on there too. So, and again, I know there's probably another line item that gets funded some other way. We're also still doing our Kicks for Kids. We're still collecting for another week. So if anybody's got any shoes out there, I believe I donated. I didn't know I had this. My wife told me I did, but I had 20 pairs that I donated. Had no idea. They were just sitting back there.
Clearly you missed them.
I was like, oh, well, I haven't worn those in 3 years, so I guess we can give those away. And they were fantastic. The bottoms, the soles were not well worn. They were almost brand new. So, whoops. Anyways, so we're still collecting those. So if you want to drop those off, we're happy to take those. Again, they go to the other community partner that we've had in here, Community in Schools. It goes right back to the kids. They distribute throughout the community, throughout the county. So we have that going on. We're going into the holiday season. Have fun too. You know, everything gets serious. People get serious. Have fun. Check on your family and your friends. Sometimes for some folks, this is a rough time. And so just check on them and see how they're doing. Invite them over. And then I just want to say Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays. I hope you have a great time. Spend time with friends and family. Hold them close. And we'll see you next time.
Thank you, Dr. Josh. Trustee Durham.
Yeah, thank you. Let me click so I don't have to hold the space bar there. It was great seeing all the kids and their success. I really regret that I wasn't there to shake those hands. But honestly, weather just was not looking good. I just had a bad I just didn't feel like it was a good night to drive. So my apologies for not being there in person, but I've tried to keep up as much as I can with everything. Josh, Dr. Byers, to speak to your concerns on the way we're looking at our buildings, I agree with you. I think we need to look at some solutions there that may not be even conventional or whatever. And that leads me to our next point with the budget. We really, really need to take this seriously. And I feel like we need to be very, very conservative going forward, just to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in any worse a position than we are. The situation we're in with this shift that we're seeing, it reminds me a lot of like Kodak, when they didn't buy into digital cameras and that was kind of their demise. Or you look at Sears or Kmart, didn't develop their online ordering and Amazon wiped them out. I don't want to see our district go that way because we don't adapt to what is quickly becoming the new normal. There are kids doing homeschool and there are other alternatives. It's our responsibility to kind of take what we have and make the best for what's left. And we may, President McCarty said there, or Chairman McCarty, about how we need to look at different things there. I'm just a little worried about the budget, truthfully, that we need to make sure we stay on top of it. If there's other options we can offer, if we can help facilitate homeschool in some way to help save our enrollment. Also, if we can do things, for example, like they've got Amazon coming into Wells is going to be building. So that hopefully will help with some enrollment. I know I'm working on some stuff here in Wendover to try and get more housing that might build enrollment there too. So there's many ways for us to address this. And I'll kind of leave it at that, but I'm just personally hoping to see in the next budget a very, very conservative estimate so that I'd rather come in ahead than behind. And if we have to cut, we're going to have to cut. The last thing I wanted to talk about was I was actually approached by the mayor here in West Wendover. One of the common things that both of us experience is a lot of people are worried about our football field. Our bleachers are unsafe, and it's really a bad situation over there. They came out they're going to have a meeting. They're calling on all alumni, parents, local businesses, current students, staff, and the entire community to rally and try and help fix that and build a better West Wendover High. They're going to have a meeting on Wednesday, December 10th at 7 p.m. at the West Wendover High School Library. And it says to please bring a friend and bring your ideas in any way we can help with the community there. So just wanted to pass that meeting along if anybody's in town. And I believe that's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate it. Trustee Ward, anything you'd like to add?
First, I would like to say thank you for the board to invite me to this. I really do appreciate this. And a part of being a student, I really do appreciate what you guys do to help the education system in this county. I truly do appreciate it. And I know on the fact of why there's more and more homeschool people is definitely because there's a lot of teenagers less engaged than they were like a couple years ago. Like the teachers aren't that well invested in their students, but unlike our star teachers and principal too, we don't have a lot of like those teachers, and a lot of students don't feel like they're really learning anything, and that's why they're going to homeschool. And then another thing is the fact of a lot of people in the school district are bullying, and a lot of students can't, because of their mental state, can't deal with that, and therefore they just automatically think, I'm gonna go to homeschool and feel that's way better than just sticking through public school. But that's really all I have to say. I really do appreciate being here and learning way more about what this community does. Thank you guys so much.
Thanks, Adrian. And I illegally and improperly elevated you to trustee instead of board member. but nonetheless, we appreciate you being here. You are a trooper for sticking through some of the heavy stuff that we did today, and definitely a longer meeting. So I appreciate you being here. I'm going to get a little bit on a soapbox. I am not a proponent of social media. I utilize these platforms very infrequently, and I'm often unaware of what's being said on social media. And so when I get questions about things that are posted, I just kind of shake my head. Some of it's frankly ridiculous. So Elko County, if you hear something, if you read something, if you see something that you find hard to believe, it's probably because it's not accurate. Let's not repost it. Let's go to the people who have the answers and ask the questions, please, because it is just stupid, some of the things that they come across to me because I'm not on, maybe that's why, because I'm not on social media that often, and maybe that's normal for you all, but not you all, but those that are on social media regularly. So please have a little bit of trust that Elko County School District professionals are professionals and they know what they're doing. So with that said, ethics. I want to thank all of our trustees for being there, or the trustees that were there, but so many of our directors and staff were there. I think Elko County School District was very heavily represented. And again, that should go back to the community to say that we are doing ethics trainings. We are doing the things that we need to do to make sure that we are running the best district that we can. And so again, I know that was an hour and a half of time, and I appreciate your guys' investment in that. Finally, very Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy holidays. We have hopefully a very brief meeting tomorrow, but otherwise we will stand in adjournment until the new year. So I'm not saying that we're done right now. I'm just saying that since I've got the mic, that's where we are. And so thank you to our staff, to our people. And I appreciate what you all do, and a happy holiday season to you all. And we will see you in the new year after we finish the rest of this meeting. Because I know everybody had to go, whoa!
Nice save.
Easy there. Yeah, nice save, exactly. So with that, we will move to 6.01, approval of the accounts payable.
Move to approve the accounts payable.
Second.
All right, motion in a couple seconds. Discussion. Any disclosures of record?
I'll disclose. Turn on my mic. I will disclose that I have a relative that works for Wells Rural Electric, but I won't be abstaining from voting.
And I will also disclose that I have a family member who works for Wells Rural Electric, but I will also not be abstaining.
I'm voting today, so.
Terrific, all right. Motion in a couple of seconds. I just wanted to make sure we had what we had. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye as well. Motion passes. 7.1 is our final opportunity for input from the public. Go once, go twice, go 3 times. We're gone. Okay, then we will go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays all.
Yeah,